Maybe she's...
With my plasma table. He concludes the
petroleum jelly for clout. And now, this Russian TikTok bodybuilder injected his arms with petroleum jelly for clout. And now, years later, he's undergoing surgery after surgery to cut out pounds of rotting tissue. And the worst part is, he might actually lose both arms. Who would have thought that would have been a bad idea? Permanently skipping arm day and just deciding to fill your arms with Vaseline? I mean, come on, this is a pretty basic life test. Don't inject your arms with foreign objects or foreign substances. Because unfortunately, this guy is just yet another influencer who's a prime nominee for this year's Darwin Awards. I haven't seen this guy in ages though. I remember him years ago. Once in a while I get some cursed Instagram post about him, pray it was fake, and then move on with my life. But unfortunately, this is a very real story. So meet Kirill Tereshin, who goes by a few different nicknames online, depending on who you ask. Some people call him Russian Popeye because, you know, of the comparison, he literally looks like a Popeye character. Unfortunately though, they're not real and those muscles don't have too much function. But other people call him bazooka arms, or just Ruki Basuki, which is what he calls himself. And Ruki is currently 29, but this whole thing just kicked off back in 2017 when he got out of the Russian military. Apparently, right after finishing his service in the army, Kirill got really interested in bodybuilding and specifically having huge arms. But instead of, you know, putting in the work like any normal person would want to do at the gym, he found out about something called synthol. Now, synthol, I haven't heard about it until I started researching this video, but it's a site enhancement oil that some bodybuilders use to inflate specific muscles and make them look a little bit bigger than what they actually are. The key thing to understand here, though, is that it doesn't make you stronger at all. All it does is make your muscles swell up because you're literally injecting something beneath the muscle, so it makes it stick up a little bit. It's like the guitar trick where like you rest your bicep on your guitar for a photo, so it makes your bicep a little bigger. I'm wearing a baggy shirt though, but like, you know, the push. I gotta illustrate this. It's the bicep trick, right? See, I have non-existing biceps. But if you rest it on a guitar...
Playing on iPhone? Now you can play unlocked with Google Play Games on PC.
Wait, there's no difference. I don't have any bicep to raise. In theory, you could flatten it. And if you did have a bicep, it would push forward a little bit because it would be flattened. But you see, I don't have too much of a bicep, so we're cooked. Maybe I need to hop on this oil. Again, psych, don't ever do that. Please don't ever do that. That is like literally an awful idea. It's usually made up with about 85% oil, 7.5% lidocaine, which numbs the pain, and then 7.5% alcohol to help prevent infections. But unfortunately, Kirill here, he didn't even bother getting the actual product. He just whipped up his own homemade version, mixing olive oil with lidocaine and benzyl alcohol in whatever ratios he felt like, I guess. And honestly, that just sounds like an awful idea. Why would you ever use the original thing, especially to that kind of degree as what he did on his two arms? That alone. Okay, why you would do that, that's crazy. But why you would make your homemade cocktail like that and then inject yourself with that much? Come on, that should have been extraordinarily obvious. It was only going to end badly. So I guess he just started injecting this mixture directly into his arms. At first, he used about 250 milliliters, thinking that would be enough. But when his arms only grew by 1 or 2 inches, he wasn't satisfied with the results. So his solution was to keep injecting more and more. Awesome. In an interview from back then, Kirill explained the whole process, saying that in order to reach such size, you need to inject liters into your arms. I was doing it and getting a fever of up to 40 degrees. I was lying in bed, feeling like I was dying. And then it all turned out fine. Okay, so this is 40 degrees Celsius, by the way, because if it was Fahrenheit, that would not be a fever. We're talking 104 fever, dude. And you didn't take that as a sign to stop? Buddy. Okay. I mean, I only had 104 Fahrenheit after injecting my arms with some like homemade cocktail fluid I made. Like, oh yeah, I'm fine, obviously. But within about 10 days of starting the procedure, Kirill managed to blow his biceps from a normal size to around 23 inches in diameter. Brother, what are you doing? Like, come on. So just to put that in perspective, just from a quick Google search, most professional bodybuilders who actually train for years have biceps in the 20 to 24 inch range. This dude got to that in like 2 weeks with a syringe and some homemade goop. I don't know about you guys, but I am goop adverse, so I don't know why anyone would want to inject goop into their arms like this, but hey, whatever floats his boat, I guess. Unfortunately for him though, he wasn't done, since he said he wouldn't stop injecting until he hit 27 inches because that was his goal. And as his arms just got more and more cartoonishly large, people started noticing him. So he began posting content showing off his massive biceps on Instagram and other platforms, and the attention started rolling in. And the whole thing was bizarre enough for Russian media to pick up on it. People started sharing his posts, and then you start getting like the posts that I guess I saw a couple of years ago of like, this Russian man has these crazy large fake biceps. And you're like, that's crazy, swipe. I don't know. I never went and did any more research on him. It was just kind of like, damn, that's crazy. And then you move on in your life. And that's what most people's reaction to this kind of stuff is, which is why this is not the attention you want in life, especially when it comes with this much risk. And I guess Kirill was pretty open about what his goals were from the beginning. He straight up said in an interview that he wanted to hit over 1 million followers on Instagram and then stop working entirely. Yeah, it definitely doesn't work like that, unfortunately. You can't just hit 1 million followers on Instagram and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna retire, because you would be shocked at how little money someone with 1 million followers on Instagram can actually make. It's all about your product, and he doesn't have a product. Unless he's gonna start selling his homemade goop. Imagine Kirill's little cocktail whipped up in his garage. Here in my garage, I have this homemade goop. You too can inject it into your biceps. Like, that is just, that's horrible. No. Also, finances aside, it just sounds incredibly boring to me to be 29 years old and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna retire. Like, what are you gonna do with the rest of your life? I don't know. But unfortunately, while Kirill was enjoying the attention and growing his following, medical professionals in Russia were growing really concerned about this, because a professor by the name of Evgeny Lilin, they were pretty straight up and just said, hey, amputation might not happen immediately, but it's very likely if he keeps this up, because this isn't good. He explained that abscesses would eventually develop, followed by inflammation, and that Kirill would be in serious risk of having a stroke. However, even if Kirill completely stopped injecting himself right then and then, all the stuff that he'd already put into his arms, it wouldn't just like magically disappear. That'll all stay in his muscle tissue for 5 to 7 years, apparently. That's what I found. I don't really see how all of that just goes away. I feel like that's kind of there forever, but hey, I'm no medical professional. So I guess the damage was already done and would continue causing problems for years, regardless of what he did next. And another doctor described the inside of Kirill's arms as having pathologically changed tissues that looked like jelly with insertions, and said they were essentially abscesses made up of either oil or blood from vessels that have been damaged by all the injections. But despite that, he kept going. He's a mad lad. Like, why? Why would you keep going? I guess because he hadn't reached his goal yet of 27-inch biceps. But of course, it gets worse, because for some reason, he decided he was going to get into fighting. I guess if you're using like cartoon logic, wow, he has big arms, I guess he'll be good at fighting, except there's no muscles there. Because, you know, as I mentioned earlier, Synthanol doesn't actually do anything for your strength. It just makes your muscles look big while providing zero functional benefit. If anything, it weighs you down and makes you a bigger target. Not to mention, you know, having the liability of a bunch of toxic fluid in your arms, that can't be good. So if someone's punching your arms and you have toxic fluid, that just sounds like even worse cocktail for disaster. So when Kirill, I guess, stepped into the ring in October 2019 to fight a blogger by the name of Oleg Mongol, things went poorly pretty much immediately. At the time, Oleg was 43 years old, literally twice Kirill's age, and he absolutely destroyed him. And the fight lasted about 3 minutes total before Kirill tapped out after getting held down and choked. And that was basically the end of his MMA fighting career there. But he wasn't completely done with fighting, because then he signed up to a face-slapping competition against a guy by the name of Vasily Kadmov.
As long as donuts were made into rings, middles were tossed for more popular things. But one day, when the air smelled like pine, a voice said, hey, this one's mine. Dunkin' Money.
Movsky. And this guy was apparently Russia's champion at slapping people in the face. So obviously that went terribly. Kirill came out barely conscious and was barely able to stand. But by late 2019, the situation was so bad that Kirill couldn't really ignore it anymore. That's when the Russian model and activist named Alana Maveva got involved. Alana worked with people who had botched plastic surgery and cosmetic procedures, and when she saw what Kirill had done to himself, she decided to help him out. She started raising money to get him proper medical treatment and eventually got him set up with a surgeon at a university hospital in Moscow. And when the doctor eventually opened up Kirill's arm and looked inside, what he found was somehow even worse than what he could have expected. First off, as we mentioned earlier, he hadn't been using actual synthol like he was claiming. The doctor discovered that what Kirill had actually been injecting was just straight petroleum jelly. So he was injecting essentially Vaseline that you buy at the drugstore that's meant to be on your skin, not under your muscle tissue. And again, unfortunately for him, he injected about 3 liters of this stuff into each arm over time. And to make things even worse, the doctor explained the petroleum jelly had completely saturated Kirill's muscle tissue and blocked normal blood flow. As a result, the tissue just died and got replaced by scar tissue. And the scar tissue was so dense and hard that it almost felt like wood. Apparently you could knock on it and hear a solid sound. Nice. I can't believe this guy did this to himself. Apparently though, during the first surgery, which took about 2 hours, the doctor managed to remove about 3 pounds of this damaged tissue and petroleum jelly mixture from one of Kirill's arms. And that was about 25% of the total damaged material that needed to come out. He said that Kirill would need multiple additional operations to remove the rest, and that each surgery was complicated because of all the important nerves and arteries that were tangled up in the mass of the scar tissue and the Vaseline. And around that same time, he also revealed that his first plan was way more ambitious. He originally wanted to inject this stuff into other parts of his body as well, but stopped when his arms had, some serious problems. And honestly, that might have actually been the first reasonable decision I've seen him make. But it came out that Kirill had spent something like $15,000 on various cosmetic procedures, including facial fillers. And this is apparently all because he thought it was impossible for a regular guy to date attractive women without these modifications. Dude, you would be so much better off without any of these modifications. This does not make sense. This is literally all in your head. This is body dysmorphia. I feel bad for him because body dysmorphia will explain why he's doing all the stuff that he's doing. Because I definitely don't see the appeal in spending thousands of dollars to look like handsome Squidward, but to each their own. But real quick though, it's now Christmas at Mad City, as we just dropped our Christmas collection over there, which includes our large mouse mats and it doesn't exist anymore. It was discontinued like more than 10 or 20 years ago. Continued like big toy car mat of a city near you or any other cool concept, because the original toy car mat, it doesn't exist anymore. It was discontinued like more than 10 or 20 years ago, and obviously it was meant to be my backdrop as a city skyline, which is there. I realize that now that I'm looking at the thing, for some reason the camera has like angled more and more to my mystery boxes in the background. But it started off with the original Atozi mat, and then that's when we switched it up to everything else. And then I had the second epiphany of, hey, not everyone wants a large rug or mat like that. So then we made the mouse mats, and we started focusing a lot on the mouse mats because honestly the pattern works perfectly for a large desk mouse mat. I use it myself. I can't move my camera, unfortunately. I could show you guys a picture though. But let's be real, most mouse mats and mouse pads are just boring because they don't have any interesting designs on them, and they don't even last that long because they start flaking up on the end of them because they're not braided. So if you're looking for a last minute Christmas gift for a loved one or yourself, I feel like this is the perfect fit. And obviously it supports the channel massively as this is my brand. But without further ado, let's continue the video. So fast forward to June 2025, and Kirill announces that he was under the knife yet again. This time, his plan was to remove his biceps entirely. He posted pictures on Instagram showing himself with bandages around his left arm. And over the next few days, he shared more photos and videos showing the results. And it's safe to say the before and after pictures of him made it pretty clear of just how much damage he accumulated over the years, because his arms are very visibly deformed. And the videos showed his range of motion has been extremely limited. But then in November of 2025, things apparently got worse again. Reports started coming out of Russia claiming confirming that Kirill was now facing the possibility of losing both arms due to a severe infection. According to these reports, one of his biceps had actually bursted open, leaving a hole with rotting tissue visible inside. And the claims were that he needed multiple skin graft surgeries to save his arms, but the infections had to clear up before the doctors could even perform those operations. And they suggested that time was running out and that the procedures would require a whole team of specialists, vascular, plastic, and reconstructive surgeons all working together. So apparently, after years of injecting Vaseline, that caused his tissue to develop fibrosis and then necrosis as his body, as you would expect, rejected the foreign material. And I guess even though he had surgery back in 2019, the infection was supposedly so severe now that the wounds wouldn't heal on their own. However, Kirill himself came out and denied these reports. He posted a video on YouTube.
Kinetic isn't out here just to bring you the internet. We're out here to bring you the internet better. That's why we're
saying this.
Привет всем снова. И сейчас снова хочу сделать обращение и уберечь людей от недостоверных новостей в плане меня. Сейчас снова пошла вторая волна и начали выкладывать со мной новость, что типа у меня анализы хреновые, не подходят для операции и ему ампутируют руки. Ребят, не верьте новостям, пабликам, вообще кому-либо, где это выкладывается. Они делают это для того, чтобы привлечь внимание к своим каналам. Вот. Со мной все хорошо. Анализы действительно, ну там, не прям ужасные, но годятся для операции.
So yeah, we had to auto-translate that, but essentially it was like, everything is fine with me, the tests went really well, my arms are well enough for a skin graft surgery, it will happen this week. So whether the amputation risk is as immediate as some media outlets are claiming, or if things are more stable than that, I mean, it's hard to say. Who knows? He could be BSing, or they could be BSing. But at the time of the recording of this video, he's still active, and his latest post was a before and after of the removal of his procedures of his face. And honestly, it's almost unbelievable how much his condition has improved, which goes to show you, he would have been infinitely better off without doing any of this. And clearly, he understands that now, so there's no real reason rubbing this in. But whether this story ends with Kirill making a full recovery or dealing with more serious complications, that's still up in the air. So at the very least, what happened to him should be an extremely clear example to never do any of this to your body. There's literally no upside of doing what he did, even if he did it properly. Like, if you desperately want big arms, go pick up some dumbbells almost every day for a couple years, and then you'll have big arms. Even if it takes longer and doesn't get you viral overnight. But trust me, you don't want to go viral for the reason he did. But other than that, feel free to subscribe if you're new here, drop a like if you enjoyed this video, and let me know what you think is going to happen to him in the comments down below. But other than that, I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace.
I'm the guy who quit his job, sold everything except for my cat, to buy a boat and sail around the world. 2025. Incredible.
Towers of Doom.
Now checking in.
Is that good?
Cosplaying today is something widespread enough that many have made a career out of it.
Yep.
But it wasn't always this way. Not until the late 2010s, when a legendary cosplayer, Enoko, changed the entire industry in Japan. Enoko was the first one in history to explicitly show the entire nation to a mainstream audience that cosplaying can be your job. But behind the flashy popularity were a plethora of problems. And if it wasn't for the actions of multiple fans, she and possibly the cosplay industry would not be here today. Enoko was born in...
I feel like a lot of cosplay, like right now, is getting more and more popular. Like I even see, I mean, we had like fucking Tim Walz use the word. I mean, that guy almost was the vice president. And so like, it's become super commonplace now.
1994 in the Nagoya prefecture, and she used to be the sporty kid until she was betrayed in middle school. See, there was this guy that she liked, and she wanted to give a love letter to him to confess. So she entrusted this letter to her best friend to give.
Nobody hates women more than women. Yep. And what did she do? And what did she do?
Give to the guy because she was shy, but found out a few days later that her best friend and the guy started dating.
I stand ready.
Of course. Obviously. Duh. Yep.
This was how she spiraled into otome game. Dating.
So she, she got NTR'd in middle school by her friend, and then she became a cosplayer? How do these two things fit together?
For girls. She legitimately fell in love with the anime guys, and there was no going back. She became immersed in otaku culture. Soon, a friend first introduced cosplaying to her, and she loved it. Enoko would start dressing up in her own
So
room.
she's fucking crazy. Nice.
It was fun, but her mother did not exactly approve.
Fucking based. Yeah.
This was a time when otakus were quite looked down upon, at least much more than today, and cosplay outside of the anime sphere was this niche for weirdos.
I do feel like it's still kind of a niche, and it's not like super accepted, but it's a lot more accepted than it was.
Mom explicitly called her cosplaying disgusting to her.
Damn.
And even sometimes threw out her anime figures and merch.
So she tried her best for her daughter, but the girl still managed to fuck up her life. Yep, like throwing away all these anime boys. Please just find a real boyfriend. No, Mom, I was traumatized in middle school. I can only date anime guys now.
Enoko called this traumatizing, and her relationship with her mother at the time turned very sour. Regardless, Enoko persisted, and when she became old enough in high school, at 16 years old, finally managed to travel across the country to Tokyo to attend Japan's largest doujinshi fair, Comic-Con. This was the major turning point in her life. She didn't have a following, she was literally a random high school girl cosplaying at a big event. But as she appeared in cosplay, crowds of photographers swarmed to capture her costumes. And when those
makes sense,
word spread about this drop-dead gorgeous cosplayer.
Which is the main thing that, have you guys ever noticed that all of the really popular cosplayers are hot girls?
You should trust me. One last time.
The bespoke AI Family Club Plus refrigerator with AI vision inside. Even smarter with smart things.
Am I the only one that's noticed that? What do you think the odds are? How about that?
Went viral, and many were waiting to see her again at the next event.
I bet.
Isn't this the plot to 2.5D seduction? Enako
it's probably like 50
high
different
life to cosplay. It wasn't all roses. She had to get used to hate comments, people calling her ugly, baseless rumors.
People calling her fat. Yeah, sure.
And she was quite hurt, but still persistent. At 18 years old, with 2 other girls, Enako formed a cosplay idol group, Panache. It went pretty good. They've released a few songs, did a few live concerts, and were even invited to perform at a doujin event in China.
I don't understand this shit at all. I'm gonna be honest, like, this is just crazy to me.
But this group was short-lived and disbanded only after half a year because one of the members got a traditional office job.
Damn, she got a real job? That sucks.
Left Enako at a crossroads. See, this was the time she was also just getting into uni and wasn't sure about cosplay. It was tiring to be in the spotlight, but more importantly, being a professional cosplayer just wasn't really a thing.
See, this is... Why is this girl really popular? You guys want to find out why?
What a shitty first game.
Many such cases.
Shitty fucking match. Like, what the fuck?
It was just a hobby for otaku. It was quite literally unheard of to turn it into your job. That's why Enako decided to step away from cosplay entirely. Live life as a normal
Come on, Thrash Browns. You stupid? Apparently you are.
She actually worked part-time and made things normal.
Yeah, definitely dumb.
There's maid camp. Oh yeah, I did know that. Okay, never mind. I did know that.
This is where the tale will end, but Enako had one dedicated fan base. In her
it's a bunch of sims.
Student years, fans online were constantly relentlessly. It got to the point where people from Tokyo would frequently travel to Nagoya, go to the maid cafe she was working at, and keep asking her
Holy shit! God, guys, this is crazy!
Yeah, this is a fucking shitty game.
Cosplaying anytime? Wow. Passion over time really got to Enako, and 1.5 years later, Enako wanted to answer her fans' pleas and announce her return to cosplay. But
I mean, what does it say again? I'll see if I can find it. A lot has happened since then. Support and encouragement, and people have finally settled down than we are today. I'd like to resume activities at my own pace. I look forward to your kind support with a little emoji there. Oh wow, how cute. Wow!
But this time, it was different. She aimed high. She set out to build a career.
I mean, to be fair, like, this is a really good one. It is. This is my favorite character in Zenless Zone 2. It almost got me to play the game.
Of cosplay, something that basically did not exist at the time, as she stated. Started, it was like her high school momentum had never done. Her photos were featured at exhibitions. She rapidly
because she's really fucking hot, obviously. Goddamn! Big surprise!
Offers to cosplay official characters for game companies.
I bet. Smart.
Voice acting, starting with the mobile game games. Then she even expanded to Grabby.
Okay, so that is, in case anybody doesn't know, basically like PG-13 OnlyFans. For in Japan, I'm pretty sure. Is that a relative? I think. Is that accurate? Yes.
Offer at one of the biggest Grabby magazines, Weekly Young Jump. A cosplayer in a normal magazine was already professional. And 2 months later, she would already be on the cover.
This is disgusting, Devil. Thank you, show us? No, I can't.
Quite literally, the fastest way to go from debut to magazine cover. In 2016, only a year after returning, she was already making 1 million yen a month. But the rise...
How much is that in real money? $10,000 a month. Okay.
But the rise was just not stop. She won countless rewards for cosplay, modeling, blogging, everything. She eventually even expanded to host her own radio, and then in 2018, she started writing in a monthly serialized fashion fashion magazine.
God damn.
She writes too. How many jobs do you want? She just did things and it would somehow work. In that same year,
It's actually crazy. Like, it's good for me to see this because it really goes to show that working hard and really putting in a lot of time into something, you will automatically outperform so many other people in the space because the other people are lazy and stupid. Straight up. Straight up, they're lazy and dumb, and they're not going to do anything. So if you just simply show up and do your job, you're going to be in a really good situation.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a very exciting announcement for parents everywhere. It's called Mint Kids. It's a plan specifically designed for kids just getting their first phones.
The full-size plan for your new.
You like that?
Well, it's unlimited talk and text. 5 gigabytes of data. Perfectly sized plan so I can't get into too much trouble, right, Big Ryan?
See, this is the kind of stuff that I don't want my kids seeing.
See? See?
Stop. It's terrifying work at church.
Assist me! Law lay claim to the altars. Do not disappoint me. My strength is renewed.
Being hot helps a lot too. Yeah, but every other girl that's doing it's also hot. Let's be honest.
Her first charity cosplay photo shoot, raising 2.68 million yen for victims of that year's floods and earthquakes throughout Japan. By the end of 2018, Inako was nearing millions in followers, unmatched. Third one for cosplayers, and was without a doubt the #1 cosplayer in Japan. But let me tell you, this woman is crazy. She doesn't stop. 2019 marked the 40th year as Inako joined the agency PP Enterprise.
What's that?
I'm not making this name.
Yeah.
Inako's longtime friend and manager, Yoko had one goal: to showcase to the world that it was possible to turn cosplay into a legitimate career. That it was a legitimate profession.
Is it really that bad? Damn. Yeah, like, it can't be that bad, right?
Fashion in the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, Inako started her 10 billion.
Yeah, I can see why. Yep. ABC cheat the system? I guess so, right, guys?
Career, entrepreneurship. She launched her own cosplay-inspired fashion and costume brand called Parnamagi, where she produced outfits and cosplay costumes. This was genius. Fans would kill to wear Inako produced costumes.
That's actually a good idea.
Inako was already getting smart at a national level. She was constantly on national TV, and in 2020, she was appointed as an official Cool Japan ambassador by the Cabinet Office of the
Oh my god!
Japanese government.
That's insane!
Has become a government
No fucking way!
approved ambassador. I think that says something about the profession.
It says
Her
something.
YouTube channel about cosplay, which obviously blew the hell up. And then she actually announced that she was dating pro esports gamer Kinky Depch.
Is this? I don't know what it's like in Japan, but I know what it's like here.
This was surprising, as people in this field generally hide their relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
They said they wanted to make it transparent to avoid weird rumors, and
Yeah.
honestly, it was received pretty well.
Wow.
Fans were supportive, probably because he wasn't a traditional idol. Money-wise, Inako and PP.
That's surprising.
Yoko actually publicly disclosed how much she makes every year, which is, again,
How
very
much?
important entertainment in Japan. How much was he making? Well, over 100 million yen, or about 1 million US.
Damn, bro. That's pretty good.
Per year, and still increasing yearly. Amongst this,
good for her.
Particularly money making. So many people wanted to buy her physical DVDs and albums that she would growth again. 100 million yen. 1 million US.
Another $1 million.
2 days of comfort.
Wait, 2 days?
Not bad.
Bro, Sims in Japan goes crazy. That's nuts, man. Wow. Comic Con is crazy. I didn't know it was that many. Wow.
Hey, this isn't taking into account all the production costs, but still, Yoko said the reason they wanted to expose Inako's income was for the field of cosplay. It was a message to the world. Look, this is how much a top cosplayer can make in the entertainment industry. This industry, this profession is just as valuable as other entertainers.
Well, it's also that the thing is that this is what OnlyFans girls do. Is that they post how much money they make on OnlyFans, and it's like a passive fucking advertisement, right? Because if you post that you're making a bunch of money on OnlyFans, people are gonna look at it and say, wow, well, I guess it's because it's good. And then before you know it, they're subscribing to the fucking OnlyFans. I said OnlyFans.
Wanted the mass people the world to accept cosplay as a possible career path, and nothing makes the case clearer than big, undeniable numbers. This really inspired younger cosplayers. It shows them that, yeah, it's possible. You can do it. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that Inako made half this industry and is the reason cosplay can be so widespread and accepted today. She's the...
I think that it is really popular, but I think another big reason why it's become more popular is because the media surrounding it has become more popular. Like, now you've got Kai Cenat going up on stage saying that Death Note cured his depression. Like, we on a whole different level. And this is coming from somebody like, listen, I've said it before, right, a long time ago, is that I was in the anime club in high school, okay? This was 3,000 years ago. And my logic was obviously, of course, natural, that if I went to the anime club in high school, then the girls that would go to the anime club in high school would look like the girls in anime. That's not what happened. So I still win, but I didn't go as often. But that was, I mean, like, I had the vision. I was like, okay, that's fine. So we're going to go there. There's going to be a bunch of hot anime girls there, and it's going to be great. And no, really, it makes sense, right? It does. It makes sense. But I was totally fucking wrong. I've never been more wrong about something in my life. Let me just tell you that.
Reason there's so much money in this industry too. However, behind all the success, behind being a pioneer, Inako still faced many problems, particularly online hate.
Something new and different.
People, particularly other cosplayers, hated the fact that she did gravity and then became
man, as always, the tale is old as... See, she going right back to middle school with this. This is the same thing. This is the villain origin story, and the more things change, the more they stay the same. Exactly. So this is one thing that girls like to do, is they like to shit on girls that do, like, maybe anything that's, like, overly sexy or something like that. Now, in my opinion, I think that if you want to do that stuff, I feel like that's like kind of a charity, right? That's kind of a good thing. It's like the Salvation Army. And, you know, hey, it's one more than the woman. Yeah, exactly, right? If you're flying high, also trying to shoot down. Exactly, yeah. They'll get mad about this. And this is the same thing. So this happened, this is another example of it, is that on Chatterbait, it might have been Live Jasmine, I forgot which one. It doesn't really matter, does it? So there was a girl, and she was an anime girl. Her name was Project Melody. And Project Melody decided that she was going to do anime porn, basically, on Chatterbait, and you had all these girls that were like doing fucking double penetration for 18 viewers for 18 cents, losing their fucking mind because they're all getting like massively outperformed by this like random anime girl that's just, you know, laughing and doing this. And no, I'm being serious. What are we talking? Why are you guys fine? No, this is what happened. I was there. So the truth is that, yeah, this is what, there is so much envy with this stuff. It's unbelievable. It's crazy.
Big. They were scared that the general public would think cosplayers are just
That's not why they were upset. They were upset because she's a really pretty girl, she's really successful, and she's getting a bunch of people that like her and that think she's hot. And then she takes a photo with these other girls, and then all the comments are about her and not the other girls. And then the other girls read those comments, they're mauling, and then they talk this shit on the internet. That's what happens. Yep.
Negatively affected Inako quite a bit, especially because she herself loved cosplay. Their goal at the agency was literally to push cosplay as a profession. Inako really got a lot of hate, and she admitted that it upsets me so much I feel like quitting cosplay.
This is what happens to so many girls. It actually is embarrassing how hostile and like abusive some of these other people are. Women are very competitive about other attractive women. That's why, what was that like fucking study they did where it was like women who perceive a woman to be more attractive than them will tell them to cut their hair short?
6 months. But despite this, she was competitive and wanted to shut the haters up by being #1. Over the past few years, Inako has somehow established an even bigger name for herself. She's been the ambassador of live stream platforms, the Tokyo Esports Festa, made her own idol group called PPE41. There's no way she doesn't know what she's doing. That name is diabolical. It was supposed to be an April Fool's joke that turned out so popular, they actually started releasing songs and even performed at the Tokyo...
Yeah, I remember when that happened in World of Warcraft. They called it Miss Pandaria.
Idol Festival. She was constantly on TV programs, won so many awards in so many fields that I'm not reading them all. She started Twitch streaming. She rented out an...
What's her Twitch stream? Where is it? Somebody go find that after this.
Hire water park to bring a bunch of cosplayers together for a big swimsuit shoot. Finally, in 2025, the big role came. She appeared as a guest runway model at the Tokyo Girls Collection 2025.
I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
A prestigious fashion event. Keep in mind.
I mean, I mean, like, maybe this is like, I mean, you just walking around, right? I mean, like, god damn, people make this out to be a big deal.
It was a fashion show for top models, actresses, and Inako was a part of it. Inako was no longer just a cosplayer. She could be called the pioneer of this entire industry in the business sense.
That's nuts.
And to be honest, I don't know if there's any Japanese cosplayer even close to her popularity.
Wow. I'm not really that surprised, honestly, and especially because, like, I mean, it's kind of like whenever talent and hard work meet, you're going to have people that are like really successful. I think that's what happens more than anything else. As a girl led the whole uprising, yeah, bro, imagine being that girl that went to middle school with her. That must be the most jealous bitch in all of Japan. Like, you know that, like, basically, what you thought was a, what do you call it, fucking, a villain origin story, was actually this girl that's, like, now a millionaire. Inako-chan? Okay, that's great. I'll copy that, and I'll look at it later on, I'll research it.
But all of this is what I meant by turning cosplay into a legitimate career option. She showed that cosplay can make money. Cosplayers can reach this level of fame.
Well, I think absolutely they can, but like it's important to remember that like any of the cosplay stuff, like you still have like cosplay is like it's a very weird thing because there are a lot of girls that are in the cosplay, but I do think that the trend of like costumes and everything does definitely trend towards being more suggestive and being more appealing to men specifically, right? I think that's definitely true. And I don't know, like, I think it's becoming less the case because there's more girls that get into it, but it's, I would say, still the case overwhelmingly.
Cosplayers can appear on TV as celebrities, can walk beside models and actresses as equals.
I mean, it's not that hard to walk around.
Cosplay is a legitimate profession. That is the message Inoko had cemented into Japan, and to think she would have been another Excel monkey if it wasn't for her fans dragging her back.
Yep, true. So, I don't know if you should say that. Yeah, so all these guys traveled across the country to stalk her and go to her place of work, and eventually it turned out to be a good thing. Okay, well, I think that we have a little bit of survivorship bias going on here, don't we?
Over time, actually came
just
to
a little bit.
accept cosplay, and today she actually helps Inoko with making her costume.
Wow.
The two are reconciling their relationship. Moral of the story:
I didn't
your
expect
Asian
that.
parent disapproves of your hobby, just make a shit ton of money. They'll accept your hobby. I promise.
The funniest thing is that extra Emily. That's crazy. How about that?
This special thank
Wow.
you to Cindy Pagani and all
That's
my
fucking
fellow
funny.
members for supporting the channel.
Maybe she's maybe it's 20 late. Just let her go. Process.
I am Dumbledore, Lord of
This is
This is Harry Potter. Whichever Harry Potter.
Harry Potter the full class audio editions. Listen on Audible.
Without hesitation.
Yeah, I had no idea about her. I've never heard of her before at all. And I'll link you guys to the video. So let me make sure that I copy paste this over so I don't forget it. And anyway, so this is a video here, Red Joker. I've never seen one of his videos before, but I'm glad to see people talking about it. If you're into watching Minneapolis Tyler earlier video, it's crazy shit. I will. I definitely will. Why wouldn't I? So yeah. And Sus W, yeah, absolutely. And so this be a hot girl, am I understanding this? Well, the thing is that here's the truth, right? There's a lot of really pretty girls that are on Twitch and they're cosplayers and they're not really that successful. And the reason why is that they understand the physical aspect of their business, but they're not able to capitalize on it in like on a meta level. And I think that really, if you look at the peak of performance, like it's the same as like basically, it's the same as like professional sport, for example, is that, you know, in like kind of like, you know, semi-professional sports or maybe high school or sometimes even college, right? You're going to have people that are either incredibly talented or incredibly hard workers, right? Like let's say there's a guy that's like playing basketball and he's 5'10". Well, that would probably work pretty well, you know, in like a high school, you know, basketball team. It'd probably even maybe work in some college teams, but you know, probably wouldn't fly in the NBA or in like a District 1 D1 team, right? Obviously. But like at the very peak of almost every level of performance, you have people that are both very naturally talented and also very hard workers. And so you have tons of girls that are really hard workers and they're face filtering the fuck out of themselves. And it still works very well, but they're never going to reach this level of success, right? And you have other girls that are ridiculously fucking attractive, but they're not able to like really syndicate and push out their media in a big way. Like Kobe, yeah, exactly, right? I mean, with LeBron, Kobe, you know, Kobe Bryant, right? Fucking Michael Jordan, Shaq, right? Even Shaq. I mean, like, there's plenty of, I mean, Steph Curry. Like, you could go on, right? And this is the same as like Tom Brady, right? For football. And it's the same as anybody else, right? It's like these guys work extremely fucking hard. And Lionel Messi, yeah, of course. Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, we're talking about being LeBron of basketball. basketball, not the LeBron of Golden Corral. But yeah, I guess you could say maybe that too. So yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely true. And Shaq is comedy lazy. I mean, either way, right? All my point is that, you know, a lot of these, she's the, what's this here? She's the her 99th Japanese Twitch streamer. She is. Yeah, I've never even heard of her before at all. All you guys naming short basketball players, you're just naming the extreme outliers who are the exception. Yeah, I think Allen Iverson was pretty short too, right? I mean, back in the day. So it's hard to say, but in a general sense, yeah, it's definitely true.
Everything South Park is streaming on Paramount Plus. All right, everyone, listen up. Every character, every story, every season. Everything South Park, all seasons, new episodes, and more. Now streaming on Paramount Plus.
My strike is true.
I wanted a word about the tea. I thought it would be great to mix with. When I saw that the domain was available, I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trademarking it, I'm going with it. Hi, I'm Aaron, I'm the owner of Cup of Pug. We are not a traditional cafe. When I saw Cup of Pug go live, that's when it really clicked. Well, nice.
We should set up our defenses here.
Games were not made for me.
How many times have you guys heard the line, this game wasn't made for you? How many times have you seen people running to the defense of a game and saying that, well, if you don't like it, stop talking? You know, you go and they start posting those memes where, you know, stop having fun if you're still sitting on the couch playing the game. You know, this game is great as long as you don't have anybody screaming in your ear telling you that it's bad.
This is like those subreddits that ban anybody who's critical of the game because they're so coping, because they spent $60 on a game that's a piece of shit. This is exactly
Stop
it.
taking out negative commentary and criticism on a game. You just want to have your viewpoint reinforced. Stop hitting yourself. That's what you're doing at this point. I recently saw that somebody had posted an entire Reddit thread talking about me in my video on Avowed, saying that I am the one that's ruining commentary around games. I am destroying.
He's one of the only ones that provides fair commentary about it. Like, I've seen a bunch of the other videos about Avowed, and like, I'm sorry, but some of these other, you know, again, I don't like using the term, but some of these other, like, anti-woke YouTubers, bro, the National Enquirer has more decency than them with thumbnails. Holy shit! And you're gonna compare him to those people?
Video games, video game community. You guys are helping by watching my videos in the first place. The even-handed criticism that I had in my Avowed video, where I was relatively soft on them in comparison to just about any other game or any other studio, because there were parts of Avowed that I genuinely like, and I like Obsidian as a studio. No. I'm the bad guy.
That's right.
Have you ever noticed anything from me?
I was the only one I gave the game
I just want to watch the world burn. It's a good game. It doesn't need anybody to run defense for it. It just exists. It's just there.
It speaks for itself.
So it got me thinking, what are the chances that these communities are the ones that have been ruining games? We've seen so many games come out to seemingly no audience. The quest for the mythical modern audience, where they seem to exist in certain social circles and social media, but the minute that a game hits the market, they evaporate.
They never existed in person. They only put it out there. There's a lot of people who like it. They want to have the right opinions, but they don't actually care about the video games. I've noticed this with a lot of games, is that people will say that, like, they're fans of a game. Like, I noticed this with Metaphor Refantasio. There were like 4 or 5 people that I talked to about the game, and they were like, yeah, I really liked it. I'm like, how far did you get? They said, I played the demo. I'm like, okay. Got it. It's one of those. Yeah, definitely.
Who are these games?
Clear now. Just how I like them.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here, wishing you a very happy holiday, because right now, Mint Mobile is offering you the gift 50% off unlimited, which our set decorator, well, took pretty literally. To be clear, that's half price, not half the service. Okay, Mint is still premium, unlimited wireless for a great price. We're festive, we're not reckless. So, That means half day. Yeah? Yeah, go again. Okay. Leaving. Nobody's stopping me.
So, embarrassing story, guys. I got into a Google recently and I did not have enough money to pay for it. But a friend of mine mentioned that she got this $5,000 recently and it really helped her out. So I decided to try it. And I went to thatsonadvance.com, the site right here, and I picked the amount that I wanted. I chose the $5,000 and all I had to do was answer a few easy questions. You guys.
Yep.
Warhead deployment nearing completion.
Why are they making them for them? And why aren't they buying them? Maybe it's not me ruining gaming. Maybe it's you. You know how we can take back gaming? You can start making games yourself. You guys can do that with today's sponsor. We also find for you to say if you don't like games today, then go make them yourself. And here's your chance. I've partnered with Food.dev, the smartest way to master back-end development to help you build your own digital empire. And Food.dev, you'll learn back-end web development from start to finish in Python and Go. What's awesome is that Food.dev knows that not everybody can afford a membership right away, so you can sign up for free, explore every course in read-only mode. You'll get all of the theory and content without any commitment. Then, when you're ready to truly level up, a membership unlocks interactive challenges, progress tracking, hints, and full solutions. Plus, as you build real projects, you'll earn level up, compete on leaderboards, rack up achievements, all while gearing up for a career where back-end developers can earn a median salary of over $100,000 a year. Every project you complete on Food.dev is a stepping stone to real-world success, turning your coding passion into a career that So head over to Food.dev and use my code Legendary Drops to get 25% off your entire first year on the annual plan. Click the link in the description, join the community, and start coding your future today. I can't be the only one who thinks that it's weird that while yes, in some circles some of the avowed criticism can be classified as preachy, the vast majority of it is relatively fair and observable in-game.
I mean, that Oblivion video had me fucked up. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I watched that video, and that shit was stressing me out just looking at it.
Been an unbelievable amount of white knighting, running defense, and debate criticism for sales on Steam. Avowed is incredible, especially when you don't have a YouTuber lying to you. If you hate Avowed, you probably didn't play it. Stop comparing it to Skyrim. But if the game is so incredible, then why does it need this much defense? The same trend then plays out in Avowed Steam reviews. Plenty of positive ratings, yet their words say they're underwhelmed. Game is okay, it's objectively mid. Wish there was a way to rate games I don't recommend or condemn. They'll even go out of their way not to compare it to other games. This isn't Skyrim. Don't compare it to Baldur's Gate 3 or Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, this weird mix of gatekeeping and defensive posturing is if people aren't allowed to be critical of something without being treated like enemies. Nobody.
I think it's also people that don't like the game, or like maybe they didn't enjoy it a lot, but there's like a form of buyer's remorse where like now that I bought the game, I can't think. I killed her, by the way, in the story. Like, after I bought the game, now I don't feel acknowledged that I made a bad purchase decision, so I have to defend myself.
Saying that you can't enjoy Avowed. If you do, that's great, but if
you're
having
having
fun,
fun,
that's not an attack. It's called having an opinion. Suddenly, I start hearing that Avowed isn't made for me, that somehow I should have known not to buy it. Like there was some secret label that was warning me, but I had missed it.
Well, there was a label. It's the fact that it had
time I checked, well, open world fantasy action RPGs are exactly what I play. That's my genre. But apparently, there was some secret subsection of that genre that I don't fit into. How does that make sense? Oblivion is one of my most favorite games of all time. I just finished Kingdom Come Deliverance, and now I'm playing the sequel. I have hundreds of hours in Skyrim and Fallout. I love The Witcher 3, so how am I not the target audience for this? Maybe the problem isn't that Avowed wasn't made for me. Maybe the problem is that it's made for no one. Because I've seen a lot of people arguing that games don't need interactivity, that realism isn't necessary, and that games like Avowed don't need to have those kind of features just for the sake of having them. Alright, that's fine. Explain this. How does removing basic interactivity from a first-person RPG make sense?
Please. It doesn't. And the story was shit. Like, there are so many things about this game that were just kind of very mid. And, like, as somebody, like, again, I was in the cave. I had never seen the light. So, even a flicker in the darkness was as bright as the sun. That's why I rated this game a 7. I didn't even realize Oblivion put this out of the water in 2005. I had no idea. That was tough, bro. It was. I couldn't believe it.
Take the time to explain that. How does it enhance the experience when you can't pick up objects, when you can't touch the world, when you can't interact with doors, when people don't move around towns? It doesn't. Oblivion and Skyrim are decade-old games within the same genre, using many of the same systems, yet they feel slightly ahead in interactivity. And somehow, we're not allowed to compare them. And why is that? Because it makes Avowed look bad?
Yes.
That's the entire point. If a game
That's the entire reason why they don't compare this to the other game that's better, because then that will make this game look bad. That's exactly right.
Came out in 2025 is getting obliterated by a game made in 2006 and 2011. Maybe the problem isn't the comparison. Maybe the problem is the game itself. Look at the lengths that they have to go to. Yesterday I saw a Reddit thread pop up that was talking about me and my video on Avowed. It was titled, "The Hate for Avowed has made me realize something. I just fucking hate gaming discourse right now."
No, you hate being disagreed with, you hate your opinion not being the majority opinion. You don't like, it's not gaming discourse. It's the fact that they're not agreeing with you. It's that simple.
I just got done with a video reviewing the coach of a game and saying they should expect more from themselves. Honestly, why? Why does it have to be the best game ever? Why can't it be a good ROM? People fucking suck, and I'm sad, and I'm over it, man. The top comment read,
I played this game, I beat the game, I had fun. Like, why can't you just have fun? Why does everybody need to tell you that you had fun? Why can't you just decide that for yourself? These are people like, nobody's telling me, everybody's saying I had fun the wrong way, this isn't fair.
Honestly, I think it's helpful to remember that none of
These people require social approval. They do, and that's why they're the same group of people that are the virtue signals. This is why I said, if you want to get rid of the virtue signalers and the people that are trying to put this stuff in games, take away their approval. Because everything is about the approval. They don't care about anything other than response. And this is what matters to them. If everybody thought this game would be fun, they'd be happy. But they can't be happy playing it. Yeah, the validation that it is actually
gaming, and it has nothing to do with the games in question. What we're seeing is a global level slide into extreme partisan rhetoric fueled by organic and inorganic media algorithms. The same mechanisms accelerating divisive politics that are bleeding into every aspect of life.
I wonder how you can say that on a Reddit that bans people for certain types of music. Don't you realize you're officially complaining about water? You're sitting there on a Reddit, and this Reddit is banning people for having disagreements because this isn't the correct way you can disagree. Reddit's the most inorganic place ever. Yes, exactly.
MVP.
Like, I had fun, I played the game. What's wrong with you? Why can't you just do that?
Keywords, trending rhetoric, and viral talking points. You can find them or some variation thereof in every form of online discourse. I'm not arguing any bad conspiracies, only saying it's an evolving consequence of destabilizing global socioeconomics combined with...
The game wasn't that good. It wasn't that good. Like, you don't need to... This isn't... Just stop it. Like, this isn't community college. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do this anymore. Stop it.
New technology that has allowed propaganda and echo chambers to spread like wildfire. To clarify further, I'm not saying that all criticism of this game or others is invalid. Actual criticism has always existed and is absolutely legitimate. It's only the hyperbolic hatred using all the same keywords that is nothing but a byproduct of a larger dynamic. There are many vested interests in the world who trade on, monetize, and utilize humans' capacity for hatred and fear. They've always been commodities, and now they've become one of the most powerful products in the global market.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe people just don't like the thing that you're doing? Maybe this isn't some global conspiracy, but there's just a lot of people that disagree with you? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Lighting this,
bro, Nomad, big words for a small idea.
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's tourmaline. Just get her jewelry. Ross Simons. I want my big Susie. This guy knows what I'm talking about. Just get her jewelry. Ross Simons. Introducing.
God,
Battlefield of Eternity.
I stand ready.
Balloon, grant us strength. Anytime you're ready.
I play to win.
For the Alliance above all!
Ready for adventure!
I hear the call.
Ready for action! I will not be denied. Frostmourne hungers. Universal Mixed Weight Championship? You better be!
I see. It is you.
Silence. Seconds to go. So be it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Make them regret they was ever born. Danger lurks. Start the match. I shall come to your aid. Is mine. Excellent healing. All shall suffer. Pick a talent. Let's go.
Pick up that defense.
I move. Feed me your rage. Your service is noted. I must teach this fool a lesson. Again. There is no escape for you but death. Exercise. Your soul is mine.
Keep up the fight.
justice of the grave. As my rage has not subsided, I will return, and then the heavens will fall. One key closer, sweet, supple victory. Excellent heal, minion. Death comes for you. Protect this target.
Keep up the pressure.
I shall come.
Getting hot out here. I'm pulling back.
Finally. Feed me your rage.
Choose a talent.
Drink it. The angel will return soon. You must rip him apart.
Mercenary camp.
Keep it up!
Falcon, that battle is lost.
The burning hell shall reign. Excellent.
Bailing out!
My strength is renewed. My strength is renewed. I never remain anything for long.
Enemy fort bagged, bottled, and crushed like an itty-bitty beetle!
Your soul is mine. Well done. Excellent heal.
Bailing out!
Cries of agony will echo throughout the heavens.
Pick a talent, let's go!
Comes for you. My strength is renewed.
Absolute mayhem! I like that.
Cursed Hollow.
There is always hope.
Hell, it's about damn time.
Anytime you're ready.
Stitches want to play.
Selama Ashalanore.
Tremble before me. Obey the call.
Locked and loaded.
We will forge a great destiny.
Welcome back to a series so
not true. And you ask anybody, it's obviously not fucking true. This is the problem. Like, everybody says, oh, but look at the study, look at the graph, look at the statistic. That is like Reddit tier intelligence. If you can't understand what that statistic means, how the numbers were arrived at, and then synthesize it with like the way that your life is, you're just a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You're being taken advantage of. And by the way, that's the reason why they all want you to trust the science. Oh, trust the science. Trust the experts. Yeah, because the experts are going to feed you a bunch of lies while you live in your mom's house because you can't afford a fucking apartment, even though you're working full time. And then all your money goes to paying off your student debt that the interest is accruing faster than your payments are. You're just fucked.
Somebody who's benefited from untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough.
That's right.
The real answer is, sorry, you should have been born sooner. Have you?
Yep, you should have. And the other thing too, that like, this is one of the other issues that I do have with some of these videos, is that there's like an element of it that's like a defeatism. There are people that in 10 years, you know, they're 20 now, and in 10 years, they'll be 30 and be millionaires. If you work hard, there is a chance that you will be successful. And whatever the chance of you being successful not working hard is, it will be higher than that. So it doesn't matter whether, oh, but it's rigged, it's not fair, or anything else, it's luck. I think that there's a lot of things, like luck is a factor, but people that work hard get lucky more often. Not anymore. Here's a good example, right? Can you guys name a streamer that we know them now and we didn't know them a year ago? Like, it was like very well known right now. Nina? Okay, bad example. Next, Peanut? Yeah, I think Peanut's a great example. That's what I'm talking about. Is that you will know somebody who does, and everybody says, oh, streaming, you can't get into streaming anymore. There will be somebody who you know their name next year who didn't believe you. And the truth is that working hard is your best chance of being successful, but it's also not a guarantee. But it's certainly a much higher chance than if you don't work hard.
Thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate.
That's right.
It's not my fault you're lazy.
Your parents should have been
getting
rich.
Squeezed in every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have
That's right.
to. The economy
and
is
that they will understand it.
so bad right now. I'm about to segue into an extremely ill-timed brand deal in a video about greed. You think I like looking like a hypocrite? Of course not. But my avocado toast isn't going to pay for itself. I'm upside down. And I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. If you're watching this video, you're probably connected to the internet. And if you're not watching this video, how are you hearing this? Anytime you're connected to the internet, especially when you're on public Wi-Fi, you should consider using a virtual private network for an extra layer of security. It creates a nice, warm, encrypted tunnel for all your precious data to pass through.
He should have used this as a sales pitch to say that, you know, with subscriptions increasing in price, you can use NordVPN to watch more things with less subscriptions. I think this would have been a better sales technique that would fit into his video, but that's okay.
As it gets communicated between your devices and the internet, keeping
Everybody
your
knows what
information safe
NordVPN
from
is anyway.
criminals, losers, especially free. But NordVPN takes online security a step further with Threat Protection Pro. All you gotta do is flip it on in the desktop app and it'll block dangerous ads, check your downloading files and malware. It can even warn you if you stumbled onto a fake online shop before you try to buy something that doesn't actually exist. You may think you're way too smart to fall for something like that, but
I'm not.
Take it from me, it can happen to anyone. You might have also heard that a VPN allows you to unlock websites and content that may be restricted in your area.
So, like, for example,
do you need $300, $500, or even $1,000 fast? WeFixMoney.com is your #1 trusted source to get money for rent.
I don't know why I got reminded of this, but like in Texas, there's like porn websites that are blocked. So you can just use a VPN.
In your virtual location in the app, you can essentially trick the internet into thinking that that's where you are, unlocking that show, movie, or YouTube video that randomly got blocked in 98 countries for some reason in the process. NordVPN NordVPN.com/Gooden for my exclusive deal with 4 extra months added on. You can also get there by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen. But don't scan me. That's not going to do anything. Okay. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going.
It's because the fake number is going up. Yeah.
Storm winds light.
But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry. That even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies
are centipedeing themselves. Yeah.
Passing money back and forth.
But
There's
that's
no
right.
recession.
Yes.
You're hallucinating. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only two paths forward. Worst case scenario, it turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion. Trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer.
I need to be a billionaire. I think this is what I've learned from the video is that I need to become a billionaire. It seems like they have there's a lot of good things that happen to them. Yeah, same? Yeah.
Alright, you're gonna have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6 months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive.
He's evolving.
We gotta kill that horse first. People largely do
You're
not...
not going to kill AI. It's not going to happen.
Watch and learn.
AI is inevitable. The entire, like, this premise that you can kill AI if there's enough YouTube videos about it. Do you think that fucking whoever Rockefeller gives a shit about your YouTube video? Fuck no. Do you think that Jensen and Nvidia cares that there's a tweet that says AI is bad? Fuck no. That Elon Musk, I was gonna do AI, but I see there's a cat girl on Twitter that says it's bad. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. The only thing that you can do is to prevent AI from the best case scenario is that AI takes everybody's jobs, and then the companies that incorporate and use AI are taxed at a higher rate, and that money is then redistributed to the people whose jobs were displaced by AI. And this is obviously done because obviously all of their data and information and everything, like the AI would never be, and I think this is fair, by the way. This is very fair, and here's the reason why it's fair. Is that without all of the data and resources and technology that the previous people who were working built and created, the AI would have never had the tools in order to take advantage of their job. So the AI was trained by their job, and I think that because of that, they deserve a fruit, part of the fruits of that labor, because that was based off of it. I think that's very fair.
Like AI. And
we're not going to have that happen. Everybody's going to be a slave. You're going to turn people into batteries, and maybe we'll have a new plague.
The choice is simple.
But in a perfect world, that's what I would say. Not the plague part, but everybody getting money.
And are worried about the future it imposed. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one...
Thank God we can digitally necromancer grandma. Let's digitally necromancer grandma back to life so she can tell us to buy NordVPN. Thank God.
We are good.
The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that soils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own.
That's right.
They can just sit back and collect all the profits for the
like only
no more dealing with pesky labor laws or health insurance or...
Flippy is not even programmed to have the word union in its training data. It does not know what unions are. It doesn't know what PTO is. It doesn't know workers' comp. It has no fucking idea what overtime is. Overtime is all the time.
Can I have Saturday off?
Yeah,
My
that's right.
family died.
No!
Shut up! That's the event.
Yep.
Billions of dollars into NVIDIA chips and data centers.
This is inevitable. It's inevitable. You can't stop it.
Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it, even if it's incredibly dangerous. Or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people.
Oh my God! This fatty is trying to steal. Oh, I bet there's food in the box. Caught red-handed. Look at this. You guys can't see it here. 172,000 likes. Now, what website is this on? You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. It's fucking Facebook. Of course.
Shall we see who
into thinking something happened.
She probably thought it was, oh, hey, he called her fat too. You can't say what the thing is that I don't know if they're being racist or they're being negative about her being fat. I don't know. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, yeah, what am I thinking? I don't know what you're thinking. It could be one of two things.
And didn't both. Awesome technology. I'm so glad this exists. I think the best thing you can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't use these tools,
you can't stop it. And every single website and company will now use user interactions and user data as a valuable, quantifiable resource that's then sold as a data package. So you're going to effectively have to stop using the entire internet.
This one's mine.
Like using YouTube, for example. Here's a great example of it right here. Is that if I pull this up and I look at, let's see, do we have captions here? Is there captions? Yeah, so you, in a lot of cases, these captions are generated automatically through show transcript. I don't know if this is exactly like written by him or not, but I can guarantee you that you can probably go and do a translation into like 10 other languages that he didn't do. And so the truth is that even by making videos on YouTube, you are indirectly contributing to this problem. There is no way that you can interact with people on the internet that does not indirectly feed Roku's basilisk.
Good.
Are you researching there's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the day process. A lot of times what they mean is they'll do the surgery and give you some sort of teeth the next day, but those teeth are not permanent teeth, they're temporary teeth that you wear while you're healing.
In the old way, you would get a set of acrylic or temporary material teeth that gets screwed right onto the implant.
In reality, you're getting, let's say, a converted denture. These solid day teeth that you get to, it's basically plastic. It's going to break. Here, you're able to deliver permanent teeth in 24 hours.
24 hours after my surgery, my beautiful arches were fixed in my mouth. And not only did I have a bite and a smile, but a lot less mental anxiety.
People are always asking, are those permanent? Are they going to last a lifetime? Well, yeah, they are. 2.5 years later, and just like the first day I got them, strong as ever.
During surgery, you're not only going to be treated by your treating surgical doctor, you'll also have a CRNA, a nurse anesthetist there as well. So you'll have two people that have certification in keeping you safe during the procedure so that you make sure that you're safe during the entire process.
Nucleus option, the final time. These teeth are basically indestructible. During the 4 to 6 month period right after your implants get placed, osseointegration. So those implants are removed, and your body is creating new bone that goes into those implants and locking them. Nucleus has over 50,000 Facebook members. Not to mention their 99.13% success rate to back it up. Nucleus new ways actually helps the healing process.
So if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for it. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country. Who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing, with over half of that increase coming solely from data centers.
That's right. And I need to buy some of these data centers myself. I see you can make a lot of money on them. I talked to somebody about this recently.
Utility bill is going up because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't...
That's right. Because if he pretends to have a girlfriend, he doesn't have another baby mama who's making tweets about him all the time complaining. If Annie does that, he just turns the bitch off.
Just exist in some theoretical space. It has to be trained.
I mean, I get that.
Billions
I
of
understand
gigabytes
that.
Of data, and that data
makes a lot of sense.
Stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which
Terawatts?
generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in like the middle of the desert. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still a relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of it.
That's right.
But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple in just the next 3 years.
Surely it's not going to go up more after that.
And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that power this stupid fucking tech.
That's right. That's it.
Technology are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on.
Yeah, and also they're paying for it with their power bills too. Absolutely. Did you see, what's this here? Do you see they were pumping out toxic gases to a town 1 mile away near Memphis? Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen that at all. Data centers reuse and recycle their water. I build them for a living. I'm sure there's probably, like, I don't know whether data centers are, like, poisoning water or not. I mean, I really just don't know that. Like, I don't know enough about it. I just don't. Like, I don't want you guys to tell me either, because I'm not going to believe anything that somebody says. Depends. I think that's the only thing that I will probably believe, is that there's probably some of them that do, some of them that don't. The better built ones don't. The bad built ones probably do. So yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Because they're technically contributing to the operating cost. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors, doing it for free. Or really, worse,
slaves.
Because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey,
I do think that, like, I mean, this is one of the things, like, for example, like, I think it's really annoying if you have, like, a dog that's, like, barking and it's really loud in, like, a house or a neighborhood or apartment building. And I think that really, whenever you're making so much noise at a regular basis, like, everybody knows, like, somebody has a block party, it's like, okay, you're not going to call the cops about that. But the problem is that if your block party is going on 24/7 and your block party is basically the heartbeat of a computer, and you can just hear it all day, every day, you're going to get people that are living around it that are going to start vibrating, and they're going to be fucking mad.
At least they're doing all of this.
NC just passed a bill to make residents pay for more electricity to fund the building operation of new plants for data centers. Yep. It's happening. It's happening. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
To make a product that hopes to replace 80% of humanity. It's not enough.
Probably 90.
That these people already own everything
that's
they
right.
ever want. They could so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that that money is gone. But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shady deal to screw over the working class, people...
Give me a second. I've got to refresh this. My thing is fucked up, and I want to make sure my internet's okay. Okay, this is good. I apologize. Let me see if I can get this to work, because my chat stopped working. And I want to make sure that my stream didn't die for some reason. Let me go back and double check. Okay. Am I good? I'm good, right? Yes. Okay, that's good. I don't know why. It's just like a weird pop-up, and it just wasn't working. I'll try to open it up again in a minute and see if I can get it to start. Sorry about this. We just had a weird little hiccup, but things seem to be improved. All right, now we're back. It must be the fucking data centers. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm watching the video.
People will joke that they just need that money to buy and make some shady deal to screw over the working class. People will joke that they just need that money to buy their 4th yacht. And like, I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000 yachts and still not run out.
Wouldn't matter.
They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness. I would almost feel bad for them.
I think there's a bit of an exaggeration. I think that a lot of them, like, in some cases, it's not necessarily this like massive existential emotional problem. They just like building the business and they just want to make it bigger for no reason other than to make it bigger, right? I don't think it really has to, there doesn't always have to be like a psychological component to it. They could just like building businesses. But in a general sense, yeah, there's a point where enough is enough.
We weren't actively destroying the world in the process.
Yeah,
One
that's
of the most
problem.
frustrating things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money, like you guys can still be rich, whatever, just turn it down a notch because you're kind of making shit terrible for everybody else. You're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. These ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country. We just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do it.
This is true, by the way. All of this is accurate.
History lesson.
If you can believe it, there was a time when
he's gonna say it.
in this country actually had it really good, and it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapse. Thousands of banks,
not a good time.
Millions of people lost their entire life savings. Unemployment peaked at 25%. So, in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, "All right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at it." So the New Deal was born. Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, wage, and 8-hour work.
Wow.
Over the next 2 to 3 decades,
It's crazy how much work he did. It really is. He's nuts.
the most prosperous.
In my opinion, he's one of the best presidents.
Away with you.
Who knew Walmart delivers like that?
A lot of reports of disruptions in the classroom.
You think yourself worthy to wield the Dragon Knight's powers?
Free on Earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Well, 37% of profits went to our employees last year.
Yep, there you go. Isn't that crazy? Like, can you imagine them doing that nowadays? This is like super rare.
It is
time. Is that Roosevelt? Yeah. Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Inherit the Dragon Knight's
like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers number 1, we got to make good products. Employees number 2, everyone who works here needs to feel valued and respected. Our community number 3, we all want to live in a better world. And as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility to contribute to that.
Always a mistake.
Finally, all the way at the bottom.
Because any of these companies that do this shit, like, they say that they're going to help, but that only matters enough. I think the video is alarmist. You want to produce anything in the United States, you have to sacrifice something. Otherwise, China will produce everything. I think that I would rather sabotage almost anything than lose the AI race. I think that it's worth almost sabotaging anything in order to win. Like, I do agree with you. Like, the thing is that, like, yeah, and I think with his video, like, you're right, that it all does fall flat whenever you have a rival competitor that is pulling out all the stops and willing to take any risk and sacrifice anything. Is that if you want to beat that person, you either have to innovate in a way that they haven't thought of in order to make up the difference, or you have to meet them where they're at. And so I think it really, I mean, we're trying to do both, very obviously. But yeah, and if you don't do that, then you're going to lose even more than if you sacrifice the things in order to win. And I think that's very clearly, like, that's the logic. I even agree with the logic.
Our shareholders.
But there's ways you can do it that are better, right? It's not everything in the world is binary.
can just have whatever's left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these three ends. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is
one of the things that like people that understand with making videos too, is that you shouldn't try to make money with your videos necessarily. You should just try to make very good videos, and then if you make very good videos, you'll make money. Like, I really mean this. I haven't checked the amount of money that like I make on most platforms in like a year. I don't even know how much money I make. Because I think that thinking about it is like a brain poison. I don't ever like thinking about money. It's because then it's the quality, right? It's what I do, and it's the focus. That's why I stream every day. That's my main focus.
Such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happened. This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest American? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%. But because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take salary.
Well, the reason why it's so low also is that the majority of the wealth increments that they gain is through capital gains and stock gains. It's not really like they have a big pile of like billions of dollars in their house. Like they don't have a bank account with $1 billion in it. Like it's abstracted through stocks and other types of asset investments. That's the reason why.
As long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax. Now,
there you go.
The value of those stocks to make purchases. That's right. How money works, but it's still not taxable. Because this is how people like him and Jeff Bezos, in terms of net worth, two of the richest people on the planet, and in some years, pay $0.
We really got to figure this out. 70%.
That beast is not my
Even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly
is insane. Crazy high. Like tax rate. Yeah, exactly. It's just crazy. It was. And this is what's so nuts to me about this is that like all the people that advocate for this kind of stuff and like the higher taxes, like you know, and I think it really puts it into perspective. Like there's Ren and Nami, like, oh yeah, we're gonna increase it by like 2% to 5% or something like this. This is nothing. It's really nothing.
I will deal with you myself.
You demolished the fort! Select a talent!
Another chance to prove yourself worthy. Do not squander it.
It sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed understood that it was necessary for society to move. And having a middle class was increasing investment into the future of the country.
Because if you have the middle class, then you can have people that are buying your stuff regularly. It's like the idea of having the golden goose and then regularly collecting eggs instead of killing the goose.
There must always be a Dragon Knight, but will it be you?
Age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed,
in order to have proper capitalism, you need to have regulations and forms of socialism. It's like a yin-yang, right? Like you can't have it all one way or all another way. You can't have all capitalism, you can't have all socialism. Both of these extremes will lead to like a fucking like a dystopia.
The idea of the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house.
Remember this? Yeah, me either.
send their kids to college, and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism.
Yeah, same.
But at this point, it is disingenuous to use that time period as the example for why capitalism works. Because
I think that he's right about this, and I think that using this time period and then not contextualizing it around the way that, you know, wealth was regulated is like, it's like saying that you lost weight, but not mentioning that you lost weight by cutting off your arm. It's just, it's totally dishonest.
That version of it stopped existing
Completely
a long
dishonest.
time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell?
This will always happen, by the way. It will always happen, and it will never be different. Because the greed that people like Elon Musk are accused of having is the same greed that poor people aren't able to act on. The idea that, you know, there's some sort of like latent virtue in the working class and poor people that if they were given these opportunities that they wouldn't do the same thing is completely naive. They would go and do the exact same stuff. And some of them would probably be even worse.
All happened. Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the U.S.'s involvement in the Vietnam War. It was expensive and deadly, but to be fair, also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import. Factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up.
I still think it's crazy that Japan got nuked twice and they managed to rebuild their entire country and then beat us in the auto race like fucking decades later. But meanwhile, you have other countries that have looked like they've been getting nuked every single day since like the year 100. Isn't it crazy?
Recession hit
Germany, yeah.
A typical fork in the road in the late 70s.
Should we help go back to our surely that must be the only reason. Surely that's the only reason.
Infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty they've fallen into through no fault
The
of their
shrines
own.
awaken once more. Who will wield the Dragon Knight's ancient sword?
We say, fuck the government. We don't owe you shit.
That's right.
Isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly.
All right.
We don't do anything.
That's right.
Sounds good to me. The prevailing
base.
Retreat in trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really
Well, there is trickle-down economics. It's when they piss on you.
Avenge
And also,
my husband.
There's another form of trickle-down
Earn his
economics
power
where, you know,
and
one
destroy
guy
your
makes $1
enemies.
million and then he pays. This is the trickle-down economics effect. He pays for DoorDash and he gives a $3 tip to the DoorDash delivery guy. That's it.
You know, I bet we lower the corporate tax rate
And whoa.
use all that extra money, pay their employees more.
Wow.
For some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but it's only been 55 years.
Well, you can never expect anybody to act in good faith. You can never do that because ultimately, even if the people who create the system acted in good faith, you will always have systems like that that will eventually become perverted by people who don't. So you have to have systems of regulation and accountability. Because even if you think that you're going to do it the right way, the fourth guy after you won't. And also, like, another, like, parallel to this is, like, the idea that wealth will only last for 3 generations. That it doesn't matter how wealthy a person is, that, you know, 2 or 3 generations later on down the line, that you lose all of that money. And I think that you can really just apply that thinking to, like, a lot of regulation in general. And just human psychology, how people behave.
So, the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the reason why companies in the 40s and 50s were so generous with their extra profits was because the tax rate was so high. I mean, think about it. If you're faced with the decision between giving a huge chunk of money to the government or redistributing it back to the employees who helped you earn it in the first place, you would be much more likely to do the latter because it's an investment in your own company. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Well-compensated workers are proven to be more loyal and more productive.
This is the way I felt it at the IRS. Whenever I worked at the IRS, like, I was getting paid whenever I was on like fucking like because you have like different multipliers in the government. And so like I was getting paid like, and this is back in like 2013, I was getting like $20 an hour or like $18 an hour, which was like fucking insane at the time, especially for me, like, cause I didn't really have like any other like really great jobs before then. So that was nuts, right? I was balling. And so like for me, I thought to myself, like, I'm gonna show up early every day to this show. I'm gonna do my work as well as I possibly can be because I'm getting paid all this fucking money. And you know, I don't want to get fired, right? I don't want to get kicked out or anything like that. I think that's the way a lot of people do. Right, is like if you give people more money, a lot of them will perform better. Now, obviously, this is not a guarantee, but there's clearly a trend here. There is a trend. It's an incentive, yes.
That you want. Now, there are other factors as well, loosening a lot of anti-monopoly regulation.
That's the big one. That's the really big one, is the anti-monopoly regulations. Look at phones right now. Well, if you want to get an app to market on a smartphone with any sort of a phone, you have to either go through Google or Apple. They have a complete duopoly on all types of fucking apps. It is complete bullshit. They behave the same. They have the same rules, and they have the same regulations. They should be completely regulated. Totally regulated, and the fact that they aren't is a disgrace. Meanwhile, they're trying to micromanage Microsoft buying Blizzard.
You will not stand.
Are you kidding me?
But this dramatically lower tax rate is a big reason why the 80s served as the dividing line on just about every economic graph you could look at. This was the beginning of a long, continuous transfer of wealth from the working class to the class. That's right. To just blame all of this on then President Reagan, that would only be.
But Reagan also did that amnesty bullshit. I thought Reagan, like, there's no way I like Reagan, but he fucked up a lot of stuff. I think conservatives look at him with way too much rose-tinted glasses. I think he's things that he has done have set us up for problems like 30 and 40 years down the road.
Mostly true. Sure, this new approach opened the door
actor?
for more
Yeah.
exploitation.
The actor with a
But
wasn't
a
a
few scumbags willing to go
a
through
fucking
that
monkey, right?
evolution. And nobody sprinted through it faster than one man. A real-life cartoon villain who defines the blueprint that most modern CEOs are still following to this day. His name is Jack Welch. and He's often referred to as the man who broke capitalism. During his tenure as CEO of General Electric, he turned the once quintessential American company that reshaped people's lives and supplied hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs all across the country into a worthless carcass and a joke of a corporation, all while he became one of the richest people on the planet. In the century before Jack Welch took the reins, GE invented things like X-ray machines, jet engines, TVs, radios, and just about any kitchen appliance you can think of.
Pretty good.
In the 80s, Jack invented laying people off.
Control both shrines, and the Dragon Knight's power is yours.
Let me see what I did. It was fast and selected how much I needed, so I selected 5,000. And then I answered some easy questions, and it only took a few minutes to do it. I got to cash my bank account the next day. Also, my credit score is really low. There are no fees, and it was so fast. I mean, overall, it was a great experience. So if you guys want to check out fastloadadvance.com.
Want thicker, fuller hair? It starts with just one click. Through HIMS, you can get personalized treatment for hair regrowth 100% online. That means no in-person visits and no insurance required. First, answer a few questions to get started. Then a provider will review your information and see if treatment is right for you. If prescribed, the order ships right to your door. Once the you can regrow your hair. Perfect convenient care. Start today at hims.com.
Well, hey, I mean, at least everybody uses that invention a lot now, right? So you can't say it didn't get popular. It really caught on.
That was his big idea.
He's a visionary, yeah.
Fire a bunch of people. And then we don't have to spend as much money. It seems so simple and obviously very commonplace today, but before Jack, companies were not doing this. It was almost seen as un-American to fire somebody unless you absolutely had to. But
and this is even something it's always hard for me to be certain about this because there's so much like fucking noise. But there are people that say that in Japan, there are guys that are like 45, 50, 55 that aren't really quite at retirement age, but the company doesn't have the heart to fire them. And so, like, out of a matter of respect, these guys just show up to work and don't fucking do anything all day until they hit retirement age. And like, yeah, exactly, yeah, real Miltons, exactly, yeah. And yeah, salaryman? No, that's just a term that's used. There is a term for it, but it's not that term. That's just somebody who works that way.
He didn't think like
what a job. Yeah.
He bravely instituted the rank and yank system where every year the bottom 10% of employees get no matter what. Not because they all deserve to be fired, but just because they fell on the wrong side of the rank. With that, you were 3 years away from the
mandatory quotas like that are really destructive. And the reason why they're destructive is because whenever you gamify a job or a profession, people stop doing the job and they start playing the game. This is one of the reasons also there's a second order effect of this that's happening in the federal government. So, for example, everybody who works at the federal government is rated for performance, or at least they used to be, on a 1 to 5 scale. 3 is good, 2 is retarded, 1 is fuck you, 4 is I'll suck your dick, and 5 is you're gonna be the president. That's basically the way it works. But you want to get a 3. The 3 is what you want. And so in order to evaluate fraud claims and any sort of inaccuracies or problematic, any sort of like problematic data inside of a form, a document, a submission, usually the way that the systems and the algorithms are set up, it's not actually calculated into your performance. So the performance assumes that you're not going to have any of these, like 1% situations. But everybody knows if you're processing 1,000 documents a day, you're on average going to have 10 of these every single day. But because it's not amortized into the unit value of the amount of things that you're going over every day, what ends up happening is that people are then trained to skip and to do bad work because they're trying to meet the quotas for their job rather than trying to do their job. That's the main problem and the big issue that a lot of these like systematic process analyses or analyzed like systems work. And so, so now you guys see that happen. And so there's the incentive for it. Now, can you see why there's so many, like, let's say people in Minnesota, many of them are Somalian, but this happens everywhere, that are scamming the government? The reason why they're scamming the government is, well, maybe they're pieces of shit, maybe they're retards, sure. But another reason why it goes through is because the government has a system that encourages the employees to allow scams to go through. And once you see and you take a step back and you look at how all these pieces fit together, you will see that we have engineered the most bad faith version of an economic system that we could possibly have. And I think that really that's the term that I want to use the most, is it's bad faith economics. And that's what happens.
Retirement and now you no longer qualify for pension? Okay, then die. And to be clear, the layoffs were also not because the company wasn't profitable. It very much was, but it just wasn't profitable enough. See, when you routinely shut down entire facilities, you uproot thousands of lives, you create a toxic and selfish work environment where loyalty is replaced with fear. And if you're a company with the size and influence
and nepotism
that he had at the time, you can almost single-handedly destroy any semblance of a middle class across all of America. But this number gets a little bit bigger.
That's right.
So it's kind of a fair trade. GE was at
and this is also, it's inevitable that this was going to happen because of fiduciary responsibility through each company. This was inevitable.
Forefront of this countrywide philosophical transition from an economy that cared about making things and rewarding the labor it took to do so, to an economy that only cared about shareholder value.
Big money.
Prioritized
Big money.
anything it could to make that number go up. But the thing about the stock market is it's mostly just about perception. As long as something seems to be growing in value, then people will be more...
The best example of this, if you ever think that the stock market isn't vibes, I think that obviously there's more to it than vibes. But the best way that I can show you that the stock market is vibes-based is the stock price changes after Elon Musk and Donald Trump won the presidency. Like, Tesla's stock prices went up by like 30% or something like that because, you know, he was very instrumental in Trump winning the presidency, even though it never manifested in any sort of increase in the value of the company. So the company gains 30 so percent value based off of a projection, perception, or some sort of promise or hope.
Oh, do you smell that? It smells like Pecco catered this year. We're about to go full feast mode. Look at this holiday spread. Yeah. Oh, my favorite.
Real beef, bro? And that's how you leave no crumbs.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why it matters. Back in 2019, I had this killer business idea, but I delayed getting the domain name because I wasn't ready. That was a huge mistake. Someone else grabbed it, built the exact same business I planned, and now they're making all the money that I could have been making. And that's why I'm sharing this. Locking down your domain name is crucial, and on Wix, it's super fast. They handle all the tricky tech stuff for you, making it seamless. And honestly, having a domain name gives your idea instant credibility. A domain name isn't just a name, it's a way to claim your space and take your idea seriously. Because once it's taken, you're stuck paying a premier price for it or losing it. So go to Wix right now, search your idea. If the domain is available, grab it.
That's it.
We're likely to invest in it, which will in turn cause it to be more valuable, even if it shouldn't be. A lot of what Jack did during his time as CEO did not make the company better, but it did make it bigger. And in the eyes of Wall Street,
and guys, who knows a lot about accounting? The amount of bullshittery, especially whenever you're dealing with like so many different industries and enterprises, the way that you have the interplay, holy fuck. Like, it's again, bad faith economics. I'm an accountant, yeah.
That was all
GAAP
that
accounting
mattered.
is hilarious, yes. Genuinely accepted accounting principles. AKA the legal exploits.
I mean, come on, a business that relies on something boring like selling products can only grow so much. But a company that's constantly acquiring other companies simply has no ceiling. I mean, they could be worth infinity dollars when you think about it. So that's
right.
what they did.
All
Over the next few decades, GE bought and sold hundreds of companies, and Jack was lauded for his brilliance because from the outside, everything seemed to be working. I mean, sure, they were becoming a bloated, nonsensical hodgepodge of unrelated businesses, eroding the company's infrastructure and prioritizing.
Well, this is also, I think this is just bad business development. Like, you can go as far back as to J.D. Rockefeller or to as recent as Elon Musk, where you have people that build vertical integration in different businesses that they own and operate. And that's the way that, for example, that's the reason why Apple is such a massive company, right? Is that they have all of the vertical integration inside of the development of their systems and their products completely in-house. So there are very few times where there's a middleman that's taking a shave off of the top of it, basically, right? Netflix, like the cosplay girl, yeah, kind of in a way, but like basically vertical integration is the way that if you look at the success story behind almost every single like extremely wealthy person, except for people that are capitalizing on new technology, vertical integration is at the forefront of their business model.
Constant quarterly gains over any long-term sustainability, but no one gives a shit because the stock...
By the way, this is the reason why whenever we had OTK, I thought it would be a good idea to do Starforge, because then you could use the people that are streaming in order to promote the fucking computers, right? And then you could also have Mythic that could get more people to promote the computers as well. It's vertical integration. That's I mean, it's pretty fucking simple, right? It's, oh wow, look at the thing. The thing that everybody else did. Let's just do the thing that everybody else does. Oh wow, it worked. Holy shit, I can't believe it.
Price has never been high. They
Obvious.
stumbled upon an infinite money glitch. They're just alchemizing value out of thin air. It gets to a
Alchemizing, is
point
that a
where the
word?
company
Never
founded
heard
by
that.
Thomas Edison doesn't even make their own light bulbs anymore. It's cheaper.
Well, Thomas Edison didn't invent his own light bulb, if some of the, accusations are true. So maybe it's just more a return to form.
To get them somewhere else. Who cares? All they care about now
How about
is
that?
their ballooning
Tesla did?
financial division.
That's
They're
what they say.
issuing high-interest loans. They become a massive holder of subprime mortgages, a famously good investment to make in the early 2000s. Literally, whatever it took to juice the numbers, that's what they would
Tesla?
do. After about
It was
30 years
Tesla.
of
It was.
short-term decisions that received instant gratification from shareholders, but were gradually making things worse for the company and its dwindling number of employees, GE had become severely overvalued. And it wasn't until right after Jack retired with his $400 million severance package.
The thing that's crazy about this is, like, y'all saw the pictures of this guy, right? Like, these are pictures that were taken in, like, 1985. You can tell just by the lighting. This is, like, fucking... Like, this guy makes Bobby Kotick look like a broke bitch. Like, think about how much money that is nowadays.
Where his successors stepped in and were like,
Wait, this doesn't make any sense.
the time bomb Jack planted explodes in their faces, and GE spends the next 20 years slowly bleeding out. And at this point, they couldn't fall back on just like selling microwaves because they'd been cutting corners on production so long that nobody wanted to buy any of their shitty garbage anymore. And of course, they had fallen way too far behind on innovation because they spent all their money on acquisitions instead of research. By 2021, the company that helped bring electricity to America was Mercer.
A lot of very big conglomerates Roman Empire themselves, where they spread themselves too thin, and then their competency is displaced among too many different products, and all of the products fail. It's very common, actually.
Mercifully laid to rest, split into 3 separate institutions, none of which have come close to the dominance or influence that
billion?
GE once had over the American economy. But here's the thing. You know who isn't affected at all by the cataclysmic downfall of General Electric?
1%ers.
Jack Welch. Because he's dead now. He already got to live his entire life of luxury and adoration without ever having to...
And here's the... No, here's another component. Imagine if he only got $40 million. He would still be living a life of absolute luxury and entertainment. The entire idea that, like, at a certain point, money, the number becomes cosmetic. It doesn't even matter at this point. It's kind of like whenever you're playing a video game, if you're already hitting a damage cap, like let's say you're fighting monsters that have 100 health, it doesn't really matter to you if you go from 100 damage to 200 damage, does it? Doesn't make a difference because you're going to kill them in one hit anyway. And this is the thing that a lot of these people don't understand is that you're going to hit a cap and there's like massive fucking DRs here. Yeah, Expedition 33. Yeah, exactly. You're hitting 9999s like fucking in the first act sometimes if you're using roulette, right? And so you don't even need to worry about like, okay, at that point, are you going to keep using your big hits or are you going to instead use something that does smaller hits over time, right? And I think that's really what these companies do, right? Is that they never think about that. They never focus on that. And they just kind of accumulate more and more money that does basically nothing. It doesn't improve your life at all.
Deal with the fallout caused by his actions. He took control of a building with a rock-solid foundation and just kept scrapping it for parts until the only thing left for it to do was collapse under its own weight. But by that point, he was long gone. I believe that this is the goal of those who now follow in his footsteps. They don't need to care about whether or not what they're doing is harmful or unsustainable. As long as the facade can be maintained long enough for them to reap the rewards, it doesn't matter that the ship is sinking behind them because they have a lifeboat. It doesn't matter.
It's also like, it's important too that you don't have to do it for your whole life. There's plenty of people who run companies into the ground and they're alive to see it happen, and it doesn't matter because they just make the money back anyway. They get a golden parachute exit deal and they get paid $5 million and they have a non-compete clause, so they just don't even work for a year or multiple years, and they just sit around and that money collects interest. It's crazy.
matter that America spent the past 60 years exporting all its jobs and decimating the economies of small towns all across the country, because a few hundred people responsible for those things already got to live long, happy
That's right.
lives. They don't give a shit.
Well, even if they stopped making money immediately, it wouldn't matter.
Cutthroat corporate culture that Jack pioneered is still seen all around us today, and through the magic
I don't agree with blaming him. I don't. I think that this was an inevitability based off of fiduciary responsibility and greed of the consumers and investors reaching its logical, obvious conclusion. This is something that would have happened anyway. Maybe he speed ran it, but we'd probably still be in roughly the same position we're in now.
Twisted Tea Light. Less sugar, fewer calories, and brewed 4% kick of alcohol. Keep it twisted.
It's
He is
only
bald.
getting worse.
He is.
CEOs make $1,000 every second, while their employees
lot.
have to piss in water bottles so they don't fall behind. Routine layoffs, regardless of if a company is even struggling, are so normalized that it's just something we've come to
Yeah.
expect. The stock.
I think that we should expect it. I think that asking and expecting companies to provide welfare is ridiculous. I think that we should expect this from the government. A company's job is to create a product at a price. A government's job, in my opinion, is to protect and take care of its people. I think that this displacement on unaccountable third-party corporations that are international, that have in a lot of cases no real ties or obligation to the United States, I think this is it's a siren song, right? I think that the more that you listen to it and you go in that direction, the more it will be a bad thing. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have any accountability on companies, but I don't think that's really where the solution is going to come from.
Market rules the world. Every major decision is dictated by this inherently volatile and short-sighted metric. And look at where that's gotten us. Millions without jobs, an enshittification epidemic, and a concentration of wealth that should be seen as a threat to humanity.
If you can rent Venice for your wedding, you can pay more tax. I wonder how many of these people are still alive.
Even while owning everything, billionaires live in fear of losing it. So they weasel their way into politics.
That's right.
They influence elections. They buy policy changes. They use their wealth to...
There were political cartoons of J.D. Rockefeller doing this over 100 years ago. This is not new. Crassus did it in Rome, didn't he? Always has been, always will be.
Reshape the world to benefit them even further. They try to control narratives by buying up news outlets. They can dictate what's on our social media feeds. They spend an enormous amount of resources on pitting us all against each other, so we're too distracted.
Okay, so, I mean, I think that basically you have to look at... So if you look at... If you think that something is a manifestation of core human behavior and psychology, you should never expect that the problem will solve itself without dramatic and extreme regulation and controls. And I think that some of these videos, I think that it's very popular to be hateful and hostile to people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. And you can do that as much as you want, but it will never be productive, because even if these people retire or they die, they'll just be replaced by somebody else that will do the same thing. It's kind of like the metaphor that I use all the time, where these people are effectively the cookies, and you don't want to go after the cookies, you want to go after the cookie factory, because the cookie factory will just keep making more cookies. So even if you throw away a dozen cookies, there's just going to be more cookies that replace them. So that's my focus.
Distracted to see that the real problem is them.
It's like another great example of this is that, you know, whenever Luigi shot that United Healthcare person, it's not like insurance in America just suddenly went away and it got good again.
Us all against each other, so we're too distracted to see that the real problem is them.
Should the human race survive?
I love this guy, by the way. He's absolutely fucking schizo. All of the stuff about the fucking, what do you call it? The Antichrist and everything else, I think he's great.
Everything kind of sucks right now, and as a result, most people are justifiably pretty angry. But for media outlets and politicians, that anger is their single most powerful tool because they can tell you where to direct it. And they don't even really care who it is, so long as it's not them. That's why it changes all the time. Sometimes it's trans people, sometimes it's immigrants. Most recently, it's been poor people.
Well, important to keep in mind that the immigrants are being the only people who are the real beneficiaries of mass migration and mass immigration are billionaires and business owners, because they're the ones that are able to utilize, take advantage of, and abuse and exploit the labor of people who are illegal in the country or migrants in the country. Those are the people that actually benefit. The working class doesn't benefit. The middle class generally doesn't benefit. The upper middle class probably benefits because they're getting like basically cheaper like lawnmowers, right? And cheaper maids. But otherwise, the main people that are really getting all the money are the big corporations, right? They're the ones and the business owners. Modern slavery? Well, yeah, modern slavery. I would say it's more like indentured servitude. I think slavery is too harsh of a word, but yes.
This whole war going on over food stamps, because when the government shut down, 42 million Americans lost access to SNAP benefits. Now, that's an objective piece of information, an inarguable statistic, but depending on how it's presented to you, it may lead you to draw a drastically different conclusion.
Well, you saw on Twitter, right? I mean, you see like there's a black person that's bad with money that's spending all their food stamps on Takis and Dr. Pepper. And so now we should just let poor people starve. The problem is that the people are retarded, and it's so easy to just totally manipulate people's perception. And it's getting worse every single year.
Else. For some, it might put into perspective how dire the situation has got. Like, surely there's underlying issues with a system that's allowed 12% of its population to be unable to afford food. Alternatively, you might hear that and think, wait a minute, my tax dollars are paying for these.
Well, the problem also is that, it's more than 12% that can't afford food. It's only 12% that officially qualify for not being able to afford food.
Greedy freeloaders? I'm busting my ass over here to barely make ends meet, and these leeches are using my money to buy cookies?
Yeah, basically, like, the $60,000 a year people hate the $20,000 a year people.
Not fair. And all it takes is highlighting a story or two of someone taking advantage of the system to make you think there's this rampant issue that you're expected to.
I think it is. I think there is actually a rampant issue of people that are taking advantage of the system. It's definitely true, but that's inevitable. Every system that gives away stuff is going to have people that are taking advantage of it. In the same way that, you know, whenever they're doing the ICE deportations, there are people who get detained unfairly. When there are laws that are made for, speeding, there are people that get pulled over unfairly. There are also going to be people that are paid out unfairly whenever you have a payout program. This is inevitable. This is an inevitable reality that the only way to avoid it is to do nothing.
So, embarrassing story, guys. I got hit with a medical bill recently, and I did not have enough money to pay for it. But a friend of mine mentioned that she got this $5,000 loan recently, and it really helped her out. So I decided to try it. And I went to fastloanadvance.com, the site right here, and I picked the amount that I wanted. I chose the $5,000, and all I had to do was answer a few easy questions, you guys, and it literally took no time. And the money showed up in my account the next day. Oh, and if you're wondering, my credit score sucks. 520, but I still got approved. So there's no hidden fees, there's nothing crazy. It's just a super quick process. So if you're stuck with a medical bill or anything unexpected, definitely go ahead and tap below and check it out.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Choose by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our chews are
all of these people with money you barely have enough of to feed yourself. This narrative has been used since the 70s because it's very effective. You work hard, they're lazy, this program is bad. It's easier than ever now to push this narrative because you can just AI generate a video of a fat
but she is really fat though, right? And do we really need to be and the thing is that I think that most people, whenever they see a fat person that's on food stamps, that's just gratuitously buying a bunch of food, because by the way, I know that fat lady. buying a bunch of food gratuitously that she doesn't need. It was my mom. And I was right there behind her, in front of her, putting it all in the cart because I was buying it too, because we got food stamps. It was fucking amazing. So, yes, I know that they're real because I used to be one.
He's screaming at Walmart and get everyone pissed off. But in order to properly analyze this, let's take a look at the data. First of all, SNAP only makes up about 1.5% of the overall federal budget. Less than an eighth of what we spend on defense and an eighth of what we spend just on interest on the debt that we owe. By my math, cutting this program would only save the average taxpayer a couple $100s a year. And of course, that's assuming that if they were to cut it, they would send you a refund in the mail. No, I'm pretty sure they would still take the same amount.
It would go to Israel, actually.
Instead of reinvesting it into the economy, which is what SNAP ultimately does, they would just buy some more missiles or send a pile of cash to Argentina. Second of all, by definition, the majority of SNAP recipients fall under the umbrella of elderly, disabled, veterans, full-time caretakers, or just temporarily unemployed. Remember, not everybody who isn't working does so because they don't want to. It is very hard to find and keep a job right now. The fact that SNAP spending ebbs and flows so closely with the overall state of the economy should be proof that this program is primarily used for temporary relief. Even still,
that's actually a really good argument. I like that. I've never heard that before. I've never seen that graph. That's a good graph. I like that graph.
10 seconds to go. Do work, and about 70.
Well, I actually, but to be fair, I also think that this graph is a bit problematic because if you see here, this is really what the issue is. Let me just go ahead. I can pull it up and show you guys. So if you look at the actual graph here, you can see that the baseline of COVID is still higher than the baseline afterwards. And I think this really also goes to show that a lot of the economy, I guess like the best way to say it, a lot of the economic recovery is artificial. Because if it wasn't artificial, you would see this number go back down even more. But it's not. How is it the economy keeps getting better, but at the same time, all these people are still stuck on food stamps? There you go. Is this adjusted for inflation? Total spending, I don't know actually if it is or not. That's a good question.
90% of the ones that do work full time. That doesn't seem like a laziness problem. That seems like a wage problem. They need supplemental income to survive because of how little they're being paid. Of those full-time employees, their two most common employers were McDonald's and Walmart, who combined to earn $23 billion in profits last year.
Not that much.
$23 billion. And you tell me they can't afford to pay their employees enough so that they don't need government assistance? See, what that means is you wouldn't have to help pay for these people's food if
there was a scandal in like 2009 or 2010 that it might have been 2008, I don't remember exactly, but Walmart was caught teaching people who were working at Walmart how to supplement their income from working at Walmart by applying for government assistance. So like basically they're offloading the burden of taxes onto the actual fucking person.
Employer, a nearly $1 trillion corporation, just gave them a livable wage. You're more upset at the people using the program than the companies who put them in a position where they even need it in the first place.
Well, the companies want them to use the program.
Walmart double dips here. The majority of food stamps are redeemed at Walmart. So not only do they save money by underpaying their staff, but their revenue then gets subsidized by this program. Because that's what
keep in mind, one of the people that was an heiress to Walmart was a massive funder of the No Kings protest for Donald Trump, who ended up locking food stamps out because of the government shutdown. Isn't that interesting?
People tend to use it. Final statistic, about a third of SNAP recipients, over 12 million of them, are children. What's the argument there? Are they working hard enough?
Who knew?
Want to get a job?
Vertical integration, yeah, bro. We're integrating the White House, not Soros. I think that it was funded by a lot of different people.
Just because you're 7. Like, can you stop for 1 second to think about what you're saying here? You have let somebody convince you that in this situation, the only way to make your life better is if 12 million children die. So a bunch of kids who got born into poverty, or CEOs with more...
That's Spawn RNG, guys. I guess you have to die.
Mr. Desso? Do you fully understand the risks of being a trader? The age we live in.
Can I have another bottle? Esquire? I know the talk. The Empire's crumbling, the galaxy's going dark, blah blah. Just as Dr. Selden predicted with his psychohistory. But I see opportunities.
To my aid, friends.
I shall join you in battle.
It's so wild.
I strike at your heart. I go.
Pick a talent. Let's go.
Opportunities for treasure. Relics scattered
Warp
across the
order
stars.
complete. Warheads fully deployed.
Disappointed. I am disappointed.
For legacy. Wherever darkness rises, someone fights back. Worst age to live in. Also the best.
Mr. Dessos?
Freon.
Freon, welcome aboard. We've got a
I
long
got
journey ahead.
friends on the other side.
Can't wait to meet my captain.
Yes, I go.
Your fort fell victim to some subterfuge. Yes, sir. Some real nefarious behavior.
The spirits whisper agreement.
The truth. Your pizza for $9.99 is Papa John's. Whose original thin or New York style crust, all for $9.99.
That anybody could spend in 1,000 lifetimes who expect you to solve the problem that they helped create.
For some people, it doesn't matter what you say about capitalism, they will still go to war for it, even if it's...
Well, they'll also go to war against it. I don't think this is complete. I think this is slightly reductive. In my opinion, I think that people are so indoctrinated by what their ideologies are. Like, this is even a bigger thing where I think that people have replaced religion with political dogma and social ideologies. So in the same way that people would blindly follow, Islam or blindly follow Christianity, well, now that we're in more of a secular culture, the mind of the people that would follow these religions blindly for thousands of years hasn't really changed as fast as the society has. And so instead of following that, they're following the idea of Marxism or socialism or, the capitalism or something like that. And LGBT issues. And this is their frame of reference that derives their political system, their morality system, their economic system, and the way that they see the world and also even interact with other people.
Not working for them. Statistically speaking, it's probably not. They'll try to criticize a multi-billionaire who's not paying enough taxes. People will defend them like, hey, it's not their fault. They're just taking advantage of loopholes like any smart business person will.
Well, they were the ones that made the loopholes.
Like, okay, so then there's a problem with the rules, right?
Exactly.
They're just avoiding...
Yeah, if the rules are bad, then what use are the rules? If the rules put you at a disadvantage, then fuck the rules.
System, then maybe the system shouldn't be so easy to exploit. We've reached a point where a lot of the core principles of a free market no longer apply. Like the idea that you can vote with your dollar. I get to pick which businesses I support, therefore the best ones will succeed and the worst ones will fail. Yeah, except when one company...
I think that's generally true. Like, it's not always true, but it's generally true.
It's allowed to corner the market and price out all the competition, and suddenly there isn't.
And we can have small businesses tell us if they walked into a Walmart or a Costco, the retail price at those stores, the price on the shelves at those stores is lower than the wholesale price a small business is getting. And so there are huge disparities here.
And that's now feeding into itself, right? The more
I think that's normal, right? I mean, buying things wholesale, like buying something at Sam's Club is cheaper than buying it at Walmart. It would make sense logically that a larger sale would be even cheaper than that. Like, I don't understand that point.
The more dire the economy is for everyone, the less freedom they have when they're deciding what to pay for. Amazon is certainly not the only
volume saves money on logistics, yeah.
to buy things. buttons, but historically speaking,
Walmart
it's
owns
almost
Sam's
always
Club?
the
That's why I use
cheapest
it as an
and most
example.
convenient. So how do you convince somebody who's also been forced to
They were saying the opposite. Wait, let me listen to it again.
My curse upon you.
They walked into
all their competition, suddenly there isn't.
and we've had small businesses tell us if they walked into a Walmart or a
Small businesses. Okay. Let me walk in and think for a second here. Because usually I'm thinking about like 5 different things I'm talking about. So let me think about it again.
Costco, the retail price at those stores, the price on the shelves at those stores is lower than the wholesale price a small businesses get. And so there are huge disparities here.
And that's now what she's saying. Wholesale is more first. I don't even. What is she even? What? I don't even understand. She's saying Walmart's undercutting her? Yeah, of course.
Feeding into itself, right? The more dire the economy is for everyone, the less freedom they have when they're deciding what to pay for.
Yeah.
Amazon is certainly not the only place to buy things, but historically speaking, it's almost always the cheapest and most convenient. So how do you convince somebody
That's true. Yeah, I buy almost everything on Amazon. Absolutely.
Also been forced to pinch pennies due to their own circumstances that they need to spend more time and money buying that same thing from a local mom and pop shop when they could just click 3 buttons and have it magically appear at their door in 3 hours. It's not
exactly. Yeah, I mean, like it's the thing is that these other companies can just outcompete like these smaller companies because they operate on such massive scale that they can afford to work at lower margins.
Really fair to impose that because that person is also struggling. But the cycle continues. The small business closes, Amazon and Walmart extend their reach even
That's right.
further.
Yeah.
Defeated,
Then you raise the price. Yeah, exactly.
Big screen and
I did this in World of Warcraft. Absolutely. Yeah, if you control the market, you also control the price.
algorithm charges you at some price they think you'll pay at any given moment. Now, one of the most common
You should have brought that up in the VPN.
counter-arguments you'll hear is to bring up the idea of raising taxes on the ultra-wealthy. Is that, well, if you do that, they're just gonna leave. First of all, no, they're not. That's a bluff they've been using for years, perpetuated by media networks owned by, you guessed it, rich people who don't want their taxes to.
Wow, what a surprise.
Sure, a few of them might leave, but the kinds of people who are willing to go to the trouble of moving their entire business from New York City to, like, Kissimmee, Florida.
This is another thing that's also good about having tariffs, right? Is that it makes leaving because of higher taxes harder to do.
Are probably already doing everything they can to avoid paying any taxes at all. It doesn't seem like a very productive mindset to cater to this parasitic minority at the expense of everybody else. Second of all, oh my God, can we grow some fucking balls here?
I don't understand. They're not gonna like it if we raise their tax.
Do you hear yourself?
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's tourmaline. Just get her jewelry. Russ.
Assisting South Park is streaming on Paramount Plus. All right, everyone, listen up. Every character, every story, every season. But if you believe, it can magic.
Warheads
Plus,
connected.
best of collections. A 24/7 live South Park channel. And so much more. Hey, South Park. All seasons, new episodes, and more. Now streaming on Paramount Plus.
That's not the reason why. Is it? That's. I don't agree with this. I think the reason why they do it is because they want to be in that position in the future. One of the things that's unique about America is that there is the ability for class mobility that is almost unheard of in many other places in the world. Like in America, you can be homeless and then you can become a billionaire. That's not very common in the world. And I understand that it's not as common now, but it's still possible. And so people have this fantasy in their mind, and inside of this fantasy, they're the person that's the winner. So yeah, of course that's why. So they imagine themselves being taxed at this higher rate.
you sound? Okay, so what? We can't do anything then? That's it? It's over, they won? Your plan is that we should just give up and let the billionaires have whatever they want.
That's what's going to happen. I can guarantee you, because there is no way that you can convince stupid people to work in their own best interest. And there are too many stupid people out there. They are too easily manipulated, and it will never work. Because it never has worked.
Buddy, we've already tried that, and that's not working either. Third of all, this criticism is predicated on the idea that taxation essentially has a bellwether after a certain rate, your overall revenue actually decreases because people will lose the incentive to work as hard, like you're saying. With this in mind, there have been studies done by economists who believe that every country has its own ideal rate for maximum efficiency. However, the implication that raising taxes would cause the overall revenue to go down would only be true if we were on the tail end of this bell curve.
Yeah, obviously.
And we are nowhere close to that. So if your main concern is to maximize total
I think this obviously makes sense. I mean, very clearly, people won't work as hard if they're not getting any money out of it. Sure.
revenue, it's pretty clear which direction we should be moving. Otherwise, the very metric your point is referencing contradicts the argument you're trying to make. Now, even having said all of that, I'm not going to sit here and act like just raising taxes is an immediate fix to all of our problems, because we'd still have to rely on elected officials to actually use that money in a sensible way. I'd be happy to contribute more if I knew it was going to better healthcare or nicer parks or...
I think this is true for a lot of people. I think that a lot of the animosity and hostility towards paying taxes is hand in hand with the tax money being allocated in ways that are stupid. I think that people wouldn't have a problem paying more taxes if they saw a new library being built in like their local town, but whenever they see a new library being blown up in the Middle East, that doesn't really seem as appealing. And somehow it's more expensive than building it.
But if my money's just going to be used to blow up a hospital on the other side of the world, then...
Hey, what can I say?
Yeah, maybe I'd rather just give it to a food bank. I don't know all the answers. At the end of the day, no matter how hard I try to expand my legacy beyond...
I mean, it's so obvious, right? I mean, you don't need to pre-watch that. It's fucking, it's basic psychology.
I'm still just a roadwork ahead guy, but I do know that this amount of wealth inequality that's showing zero signs of slowing down anytime soon...
It's going to get worse, actually. It'll get a lot worse.
...is not sustainable. Turns out that actually every single thing in the world becoming...
It's only not sustainable if you assume that the current economic and social system is going to stay the same, which it won't.
A for-profit commodity from housing to healthcare is just a way to enrich a few people at the cost of many. And I have to wonder if we've finally reached a point now where the greed has gone too far.
It never has gone too far. And even in the instances historically of, you know, the supposed rising up of the working class, you generally have, for example, the military and merchant class fighting the royalty class in, for example, the French Revolution. And it's also not like in any of these previous revolutions in history, it's very rarely, oh, the poor people really fight the rich people and then the poor people win. It's usually that half of the rich people pay half of the poor people to kill the other half of the rich people, and then they're paying their poor people, and then somehow people, one side wins, and it's seen as a, class victory, but really it's just a reinforcement of the existing hegemony. It is, and this is really the truth. And it's a very black pill way of looking at it, but I think that if you look into it, you'll find out that this is true.
Now so impossible to ignore that no amount of gaslighting about how the economy is good actually will convince people who are dying because they can't afford to go to the doctor that this is just how life should be. This sometimes things have to be worse before they can get better.
I think that there is accelerationism in mind. I think that things can improve. I hope that they do. My expectation is that I don't really know what it will not. I don't think it's just enough to I can't say, but it's very unlikely. I'll say that. It's never gonna happen.
We're close to that than we've been in a long time. We just set aside our differences for a little bit and unite on this one issue. They want us divided because they're afraid of how strong we would be if we stayed together.
Which is why they never will.
Now, you'll excuse me, I need to go argue on Reddit about how Ghost of Yotei is woke because they didn't make the main character hot enough for me. Thank you for watching.
That's right. That's right. And you're going to be thinking about my video, and I was fucking right. And you want to talk about capitalism? I'll tell you something. If they had made that character with bigger tits, they would have sold even more copies than they did. That's fucking right. You're goddamn right.
Walmart Express delivery for a Chad $2.
Who knew Walmart delivers that fast?
Situation shift on.
Embarrassing story, but I can't pay my rent. My friend told me about how she got this $5,000 loan to pay off her bills, including rent. So I tried the same thing, and let me tell you guys, it works. Let me show you what I did. I went to fastloanadvance.com and selected how much I needed, so I selected $5,000. And then I answered some easy questions, and it only took a few minutes to do it. And I got the cash in my bank account the next day. Also, my credit score is really low, just to let you guys know. There are no hidden fees, and it was so fast. I mean, overall, it was a great experience. So if you guys need a loan, check out fastloanadvance.com.
Yep, there you go. And anyway, great video. Yeah, I think it was a really good video. And overall, I think that any sort of discussion of revolution or anything inside of that scope at all is very, very pie in the sky, fantasy, theoretical. I think it's bullshit, really. It's bullshit. And it's not going to happen. Great insight, great video. Yeah, I mean, he's talking about a lot of, and I think this is the prime evil that is transcending everything. Like, everything is downstream of this. For example, like, identity politics are introduced into the media in order to distract from this. I think that also, and I think this is also done by the mainstream media. And then you also have very, very clearly the amount of, like, just random distractions there are. People are distracted from it. So yeah, 3 out of 10 video, reductive socialist argumentations. I mean, again, like, you can put, yeah, it sounds like the beginning of a great Reddit comment. How are you contributing to what he's talking about? Trump can spam hate at Somalis, and now we're doing that? Well, because and let me explain the reason why. The Somalians that are being brought into the country are being brought into the country with the abstract goal of them being able to be an underclass of laborers for rich people. So mass migration and these immigration allowances and these introductions of massive groups of foreign people that aren't assimilating into the culture, the reason why that's happening is because these large businesses want to utilize their labor and take advantage of them systematically. That's the reason why. So if you, like, basically, mass migration is a symptom of this disease. That's it. And by the way, do you know who agrees with me on this? Is Bernie Sanders. That's it. Finally, somebody noticed it? Yeah, exactly. They're the ones that are creating the carrot that's causing all of these people to illegally migrate to the country. Can we get a link? Yeah, give the video a like. I think this was really, really good. I like the video a lot. I didn't agree on every point that he made. I think it's probably impossible for somebody to. But overall, I think that he made a lot of really good points, and I think it's great. It's also great for the left because it displaces the cured white majority. I mean, like, you can talk, like, all that is kind of, that's secondary to this, but yeah, of course you have identity politics, right? Bernie's hypocritical diction. I mean, like, you're thinking about, like, so, okay, that's fine, but you have to agree that, like, I think he was right on that, wasn't he? And so, like, that's my point. Like, you can go and talk about, oh, what's this, that, and the other thing. I don't give a shit about any of that. Like, oh, he said this, he said that. I don't care. Is he right about this thing? I think this thing he is right about.
Good hair days start with a routine. An easy routine starts with a daily chew. Through Hims, you can grow thicker, fuller hair in just 3 to 6 months with an orange-flavored chew powered by finasteride and minoxidil. Ditch complicated solutions with expensive costs and simplify your routine with this doctor-trusted treatment that fits seamlessly into your lifestyle and starts at less than $2 a day. This is convenient hair care made just for you. Regrow your hair with 1 chew a day. Start today at hims.com.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With
Trader Queen.
So it begins. All shall suffer.
We will forge a great destiny.
Hell, it's about damn time.
For the Alliance above all!
I hear the call.
So it begins.
Our world is worth fighting for.
multiversal Nexo Weight Championship? You better be!
So, how is your alliance with the Angels coming along?
Be silent. We have a battle to win.
10 seconds to go! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Make them regret they was ever born!
I strike at your heart.
Shatter the metal spiders. Bring the gems of power to my altar.
I got friends on the other side. Caution would be wise. Of course. Who wants to capture this mercenary camp? This one's life must end. Your evil ungodly. The spirits say it is not our time. We must not delay. Your death counts.
Choose a talent.
We must not delay. Your evil undoes you. Of course. My curse upon you.
Capture this mercenary camp.
Your enemies deserve my power. Prepare yourselves. Your
The truth advances. Of course. Blessings only you. Wow. Of course.
Pick yourself a talent now.
I got friends on the other side.
When you weren't looking, they took a cold steel chair to your precious little fort.
It's about to get dangerous.
I strike at your heart.
Nothing left of your fort except a bunch of worthless, smelly garbage.
Spirits whisper, demon. My curse upon you. Spirits guide us.
My strength gathers.
Keep up the fight.
Shall know my power. Descend. Descend, red weavers. Slaughter anything in your way.
Of course.
Pick a talent. Let's go.
Slay this hero.
Yes.
Light protect you!
Falling stunner! That fork's down for the count!
The truth burns. The way is clear.
Pick yourself a talent now!
My curse upon you. Holding back. Light protect you! I thank you for your help.
Watch out, everyone!
I got friends on the other side. The spirits aid me. Now I see.
Let's see how you fight!
Snowball cannon!
Yeah, I think we're done with HOTS for the day. It's been ARAM for like 3 fucking matches. Like, anytime, especially since they didn't want to fucking leave and do what they're supposed to before.
Well played. I thank you for your help. Now I see. My curse upon you. Spirits guide us. Be careful.
Choose a talent.
You're dead. Blessings upon you.
They ran your team for a worship, and you let them. Double kill. Light protect you. Triple kill. Yes, indeed.
Sorry about your kill screen. It was a good one.
My curse upon you. The way is clear. Your evil undoes you. Yes.
What a maleficent stunner! That fork's down for the count.
Hear the master's voice.
Well done. The spiders shall aid you.
Enemy fork bagged, bottled, and
Pick up the
crushed
fight.
like an itty-bitty beetle.
Descend, my daughters. Descend and destroy.
Truth burns. Hear the master's voice.
It is over.
It was a good one.
Knockout spree. That was a good run. Yeah.
Shatter their
Looking good.
constructs. Deliver the gems to my altar before your enemies.
think you feel coming.
My life returns to
There you go. I need my pulse. I need my pulse, girl.
I go.
The spiders shall aid your foes.
curse upon you. Rise on Antron.
My power wanes. No more gems or face my wrath. My altar holds the gems. Bring them. Bring me their power.
Snowball cannon!
Who wants to capture this mercenary camp? Without hesitation. Your evil undoes you. I strike at your heart. The spirits whisper, demon.
Some mercenaries! Get on up there! Come on!
I strike at your heart.
Snowball cannon!
Double kill.
I'm impressed.
I strike
Triple trouble.
Impressed.
Yes, I go. Without hesitation.
Enough. The power is mine once more. Slay their enemies. Show no mercy.
My curse upon you.
On my way!
You must not believe.
They like that key. And you took it away from them.
at your heart.
Two for the price of one, huh? Well, there's a good deal. Knockout spree! Victory! We're going to Nexomania, y'all!
We still won. It's disappointing in a way.
It's in the United States. I mean, who knows? This is supposed. Oh yeah, this was supposed to. To be fair. Wait. You can't. Wait. You mean you're just scamming everybody? It's not possible. The Rainbow Thumb Bell pending yesterday. I did see that. The performative activism video. I did see it. And Delhi VPN prices are cheap. Yeah, Sprint and Eventi's video on Pokey and.
Wait. This shows like I'm not streaming all of a sudden, basically. Is this true? Huh? Let's look. I am a little perplexed here. I think it just killed my stream. What killed my stream? That was just me, Seki. You're okay. Huh? Shows me on YouTube. But not active on Twitch. Yeah, it says I'm not streaming on Twitch. Or it didn't show the stream. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder why Twitch killed it, or why it's dead on Twitch. Same any changes. But yeah, it's not streaming on Twitch. Huh. Interesting. I can't get it to work without resetting the stream, it looks like. Kind of crazy, just killed it.